Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here.
Paul Gauthier,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m., and with the quorum of a board present, I declare to order our regular meeting of Leander ISD Board of Trustees for February 23rd. We will go ahead and proceed to the next items on our agenda. Our opening ceremony, we start with our Pledge of Allegiance, but before y'all stand, I'd like to introduce y'all to who will be giving our pledge this evening. Cadet Airman Radhima Gupta is the daughter of Vinod and Kusma Gupta. Radhima is a student at Leander High School, and she aspires to become a helicopter pilot in the Navy. We are so excited to have you here this evening and lead us in our pledge. Ready to go ahead and stand.
Yeah, it's on. You're good. You're good.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could please face the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Radhima, excellent job. We'll have to have you back again soon. Thank you. All right, we will continue to the next item on our agenda, our recognition. And we will start off with another highlight of our board meeting. We get to hear our pledge from our students, and then on our Spotlight on Learning, we also get to hear from our students in that part of our agenda. Tonight will be Cypress Elementary School that we'll be hearing from.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Gistel, and I am the proud principal of Cypress Elementary. One of our big goals this year is to empower our staff. And so here with me today, I have a lot of our teachers, and they are going to share what empowered staff means to them. We also know at the heart of our graduate profile are our students, our learners. And so they are going to share how having a teacher who feels empowered impacts them directly in their classroom. So we're going to start off with Mr. Cumberland. You introduce yourself.
I'm Jake Cumberland, fifth grade teacher at Cypress Elementary.
Mr. Cumberland, how do you feel equipped and empowered to own your own learning?
I think with all of us, when it comes to learning, we have to feel safe and comfortable at school, and I think that's where it starts at Cypress. I've been at Cypress for a long time, and I kind of like to describe Cypress as grandma's cookies. It's not the newest recipe in on the street, but it's sweet and tastes like home. And I think that is the first part of having an environment where I can learn as a teacher from my students, from the staff, and from my administrators. And speaking of administrators, we've had amazing administrators that really have allowed us to have these learning opportunities as educators. two of our principals that are here, luckily, and they've really allowed me as a teacher to grow a ton. And two of the things I've really learned at Cypress, it being the first campus I was a teacher at, I've really been into cooperative learning and tech, and my administrators have allowed learning opportunities and opportunities for me to share with the staff, and that has really been something that has made me grow, and I've learned in all sorts of ways in this career from it. So that's been just a huge success for me as an educator, as a human being, and has really made me grow my passion as a teacher. The other thing we do at Cypress that's allowed us to kind of learn as educators and empowered us is we have this thing called Cypress University. And Cypress University has really allowed, I don't think it's just allowed us to learn, but more importantly, it's allowed me, having been there for 6 years, to see the amazing talent we have amongst us educators, some of them being here with me right now. And that, brings a tear to my eye, especially in times right now where we're all feeling like we're at the edge of our seat, trying to figure out how to deal with all of these responsibilities. It's those days I look around and I say, this is how professional development should be. This is how we should be learning as educators. And then in just closing, I would say this campus is extremely special. It's very dear to my heart. And walking into this campus every day, the learning opportunities that have been given to me in my career, it's created a very, very, very important part. And that I'll always hang on to, but I think more than anything, it has allowed me to keep the passion alive in this career and makes me want to be an educator every day.
Thank you, Mr. Cumberland. Ethan, can you introduce yourself?
My name's Ethan Mejia. I'm from Cypress Elementary. I'm in 5th grade.
Ethan, how does the way that Mr. Cumberland teaches inspire your curiosity?
Mr. Cumberland teaching inspires my curiosity by leaving me on cliffhangers. It gets me more interested into the storyline. And he inspires my curiosity by the way he tells the story. He's very entertaining to listen to, and he talks with so much enthusiastic tone, and it helps me focus with my work.
Thank you, Ethan. Okay, Noah, will you introduce yourself?
My name is Noah Goodman. I'm from Cypress Elementary, and I'm a 5th grader.
Okay, Noah, how does the way that Mr. Cumberland teaches inspire you to own your own learning?
Mr. Cumberland inspires me through encouraging and challenging our class to look at new ways of building solutions. I would like to highlight a couple of examples. The first area I would like to cover is the tap and click adventure I built. My friend Ethan and I used Google Slides to create a choose your own adventure game. This game was built in a way that allows the user to select different paths to navigate through the world we constructed. During our experience of making this game, Mr. Cumberland helped along the way by listening to our ideas and supporting the launch of it, which includes over 150 slides. Another area of inspiration that Mr. Cumberland provided was his teaching of circuits. I have always loved circuits, and when we got to work with them in class, I was so excited. Circuits are a path of electricity to power objects such as lamps, cars, computers, and more. While we were making circuits, Mr. Cumberland coached me, which led to the successful build of both series circuits and parallel circuits. Mr. Cumberland has always been there for me. He's allowed me to run with projects I feel passionately about, guided me when needed, and acts as a supportive mentor in my learning journey.
Thank you, Noah. Okay, Ms. Miller, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jen Miller. I teach 1st grade at Cypress.
Okay, Mrs. Miller, how do you feel equipped and empowered to build impactful relationships with each and every student?
Well, at Cypress, relationships are what we're all about, and this is modeled from the top down. From our AP, Mr. Gomez, walking every hallway every morning to say good morning to teachers, to our Friday informal check-ins with admin where we feel comfortable to chat about whatever we need, to multiple opportunities for families to be on campus and interact with teachers and classrooms, like our infamous Cypress family picnics, which we have many of. Relationships are made a priority at Cypress. And so as a teacher, I know that this takes precedence even before academics at times. And because our admin demonstrates this, I feel empowered to take the time to build relationships first in my own classroom.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Connor, can you introduce yourself?
I'm Connor Desjardins from 4th grade Cypress Teeter's Elementary School.
Great job, Connor. Connor, how do you know your teacher, Mrs. Miller, cares about you? What kind of things does your teacher do that lets you know that she cares about you and your classmates?
She makes our learning fun and we get to do station, and she helps us when we get hurt, and she makes us feel better and gives us hugs.
She's a great teacher, isn't she? No, isn't she, Connor? Yeah, okay.
Just amazing. My name is Justin Gomez. I'm the assistant principal at Cypress Elementary. And so I've got Miss Williams here. Would you mind introducing yourself?
I'm Megan Williams. I am the SCSS teacher in the special education department at Cypress.
All right, Miss Williams. So how are you feeling empowered at Cypress to advocate and meet the needs of each and every student?
I think I can just sort of piggyback off a lot of what Jen was saying. It's really, I feel most empowered by the opportunity to build relationships with all of my students. And I have the unique opportunity as a special educator to get to work with many of my students year after year. And so it really gives me a chance to get to know who they are, both inside the classroom and out. And when I understand my students' passions, their interests, even their needs and their preferences, it gives me the chance to really build with them year after year, because we get to laugh together and we get to learn together, we get to struggle together, and we get to grow together. And so it really provides an opportunity for a partnership that I think is key, because I'm best at advocating for my students when I really can understand the whole child and who they are. And I agree that that empowerment comes from the top down, and I've had the opportunity to work with some amazing administrators, a few of them are in the room, who do put relationships first and have always given me that space and guidance and opportunity to build the relationships before we look at the academic needs. And then I've had the opportunity to feel empowered by my colleagues who have trusted me and giving me the opportunity to collaborate with them and problem solve with them. And when I come to them with ideas and suggestions about accommodations and interventions, they're so willing to try. And then even if it doesn't work, we get together and we try again. And so I really appreciate their willingness to do that with me. And then I feel empowered by my students and their families who have partnered with me and have trusted me to be a cheerleader for their students. And I really do feel truly that every child deserves that opportunity to have someone in their corner. But I think I probably feel the most empowered when I can be an example to a student to advocate for themselves, because that's my measure of success, I think, is when they have the confidence to go and advocate for their own needs.
Thank you so much. All right, so Emma, would you mind introducing yourself and saying what grade you're in?
I'm Emma Skews, and I'm in 5th grade.
Awesome. All right, Emma, so how has Miss Williams taught you to advocate for yourself?
She has taught me to ask to take a walking break or just take a break outside the classroom, and also ask for help with my work if I can't do it myself, because it helps me stay calm and focused.
Great job. Thank you, Emma. All right, so I also have Miss Butler here. Miss Butler, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Laura Ashley Butler, and I'm the performing arts teacher at Cypress.
Amazing plays. Y'all need to come out and see. All right, so how do you feel empowered to utilize instructional practices that inspire your students' interests and passions?
Yeah, what I love about being a performing arts teacher for LASD, for Cypress, especially at the elementary level, is that it's all exploratory learning. So students have the ability to be fully immersed in the world of music and theater because they're learning through experience. And so I try really hard to create a safe place in my classroom where students feel comfortable trying new things and maybe failing and then trying again. And while I recognize that not all of my students will grow up to pursue careers as musicians or as theater artists, I'm still empowered to bring out those social emotional learning goals where we're learning to collaborate with one another and communicate with one another, and we are empathizing with people who are different from ourselves, and we are learning to build confidence in ourselves, and those are performing arts skills that are life skills, and those will stay with my students no matter what they choose to pursue in the future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Butler. All right, and so we have Jimena here. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, my name is Jimena Iniguez.
Thank you. All right, so Jimena, how does Ms. Butler inspire your interests and passions?
Well, I'm here today to talk about the wonderful, amazing Miss Laura Ashley Butler. What Miss Butler shows us is that you always have to put in effort to reach your goal. Miss Butler puts on a play every single year. She hand makes costumes, and on top of that, she teaches kindergarten through 5th what to expect on and off stage. I believe that being a teacher paves the road for children like me to thrive and succeed in life, knowing that they have walked away from some school with a grasp on what they have learned. I think that being a teacher is one of the most rewarding careers you can have. In conclusion, I'm very grateful to have a wonderful performing arts teacher like Ms. Butler.
So perfectly said. Thank you so much. All right, so Ms. Gistel?
In closing, great job, boys and girls. I would just like to thank you all, Board of Trustees. Thank you for the love and the work that you pour into our students and our staff and LASD. We appreciate you.
So we're gonna, if we can have the students stay, we're gonna go get a picture with y'all up there. But before we do that, can we have all of our parents and support for the staff that's here too? Everybody I saw y'all's video cameras. If y'all can just stand up so we can applaud y'all as well, because it takes a full team, and we're so thankful. If y'all just give us a minute, we'll come up there and get a picture before y'all get on your way. Students, y'all did a phenomenal job. You need to know that it never goes exactly as you plan in your head, but what you said was perfect, and we're so thankful that you were here to speak to us, and teachers. Thank y'all. Well, that is an excellent way to start off our meeting. We'll move into our next items of recognition. We have the National School Counselors Week and Volunteer Appreciation Week, and I think those are videos.
Hello everyone, my name is Gia Kohler from Parkside Elementary.
And I'm Anisi Hanna. We are so excited to celebrate some amazing people at #OneLISD.
Earlier this month, we celebrated National School Counseling Week. Here's Leander ISD's Director of Counseling Services, Steve Clark, with a special message to our school counselors.
During National School Counseling Week, I want to take this opportunity to thank the 117 staff members, our school counselors, licensed professional counselors, and social workers who comprise the Leander ISD Counseling Services Department. Our team works to meet the academic needs of students as well as the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students. As our mission statement states, we partner with educators, community members, parents, guardians, so that students are able to gain the knowledge to be the highest contributing members of society. Thank you, Leander ISD counselors.
Here at Parkside, we want to give a special shout out to Ms. Shaw for helping us build our social and emotional skills. You're terrific.
Last week, we highlighted the dozens of volunteers who served with full hearts and helped make our district a better place. Let's hear from Assistant Director of Community Relations, Shannon Lombardo.
We want to thank all of our Leander ISD volunteers, from the early morning coffee runs to the late night committee meetings, to the weekends and holidays, to the hot summers and the ice storm debris. Thank you for everything you do for our students and staff at Leander ISD.
On behalf of our Mustang family, we would like to thank our countless volunteers for all you do.
Empowered staff and impactful family engagement shine bright here in #1LISD.
Thank you for making this school district the best ever.
So for our audience and board members, I'm just going to direct us back for a moment to our core beliefs. And I'd like to point out there are 3 items up top on our 4 beliefs, those 3 bullet points. They're front and center as we're talking about these first few items here that we see in front of us. But I'm going to point us to the first one for right now. Each and every student is at the heart of our decisions. This requires a focus on students in all elements that impact the overall student experience in order for them to reach their maximum potential. And I think seeing our students come in here and lead the pledge and talk about their spotlight on learning and then lead off in our video, and now we're going to get them to lead off on our citizen comments, that empowering student voice stays front and center in the board. Thank y'all for continuing to focus on that, and I appreciate y'all's support as we continue to get our student voice at the heart of our board meetings. Without further ado, we'll move on to our communications and have a student lead off kind of the beginning before we jump in. Oh, board member, oh, I'm sorry. I was going ahead of the students. I'm sorry. You're right. Pause for a bit. We've got board member remarks. We're going to do some trustee discussions here. So are there any remarks from board members?
I've been busy, but the last couple of weeks, this last week, I had the privilege to attend. The City of Leander did a presentation on the Radar Way project at Rouse High School, put on by the Rouse PTSA. And I just want to say thank you to that community for showing up last night and having their voice heard. As a parent that has driven down Radar Way since 2016, I know this is a long time coming, but our parents came with questions and concerns, and like I said, they were there to use their voice. And so I just want to say thank you to the city for having that presentation, and also their willingness to partner with our district to ensure the safety of our students, because this is going to be kind of a headache for a couple months. But I'm looking forward to the discussions that was said last night and what they have planned to keep our students safe. And I also got to be a Shark Tank judge today at Danielson Middle School. I love this program. Miss Worley is in the incubator lab, y'all, and if you have not got a chance to visit, you need to go, because you want to talk about kids learning real life skills. That's the classroom. Just one in particular, I thought a presentation I saw, y'all know Crocs are back in style, and there's like the little gibbets. These students have figured out a thing called charm savers. And so these gibbets apparently go missing all the time. Well, these students figured out of a small paper clip how to save your gibbets. And so these students are going around saving students charm savers from their Crocs. And they did it on their own. And then the other cool thing is we had students making their own charm savers. So you've got little Danielson and charm little Croc things. And so it was just great to see these students find something they love. But one in particular that really, I cried, which shocking, I know, but it's called the Dribbit. And what I loved about it is this particular item was marketed for individuals with disabilities or arthritis. And so what this was is it allows individuals to open up bottles or cans. And so there's other comparable items on the market, but as someone who has bought one of these items, I'm gonna tell you all, these students have a really good product that is gonna help a lot of students and individuals. And last but not least, Battle of the Bluebonnet Books was today. And I went to the North section, which was held at Larkspur with Tarvin, North, Baghdad, Whitestone. I know I'm missing somebody, Francesca.
Camacho.
Camacho was there as well, and Jim Plain.
Yes.
Y'all, these students were so excited for all the books they read, to see their librarians excited, and then these students being able to be like, oh, this is my favorite book. Oh, I read 10, I read 11. And just the excitement of getting to answer a question from a book with their teammates was just icing on the cake for this week. So high five to those students for winning and for participating and going the extra mile to reading some amazing Bluebonnet books. But also shout out librarians. I know that's not an easy event, but hey, y'all did it.
So last week, Francesca and I got to attend TMEA. So we got to see Wiley receive their Double C Honor Band plaque and put on an amazing performance in a packed house. One of the pieces they had commissioned was really, really special and really, really touching. I don't think there was a dry eye in the place. It was really beautiful. The other thing was we had a DEI committee meeting last night, actually. So I know that Mr. Street's going to give us an update later, but it was a well-attended meeting, and we're digging into the work. So it was really good stuff. So that's it for me.
It was last week, maybe the week before. I'm losing track of time. Had the privilege of visiting Cypress Elementary, the elementary that was spotlighted this evening, and really was amazing to see the culture that we just saw a little bit of right here in action. There really is a lot of empowerment of teachers there, and as you visit every classroom, they were talking about, oh, well, at Cypress University, I learned this. Oh, at Cypress University, I'm going to present this. And so we heard them touch on a little bit, but as you walk around and you talk to staff, they were all really excited. I was like, okay, stop and tell me more about Cypress University, because every teacher that I ran into was really excited to share what they learned at Cypress University, or what they plan to share with their colleagues at Cypress University. So really created a culture of continuous improvement and of sharing that information with one another. Also last week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday was Leadership TASB, and so we traveled to different school districts and different cities every few months, and so this time it was in Austin. Which you'd think would be easier, but it was almost harder because managing life and work and getting away. But it was really fabulous. We visited the Austin School for the Deaf, and then we also visited the Capitol, which I know we all do all the time, but it was really interesting to do it with a lot of other trustees from different spaces in Texas that don't live in Austin and don't have that opportunity. The Austin folks were kind of like the veterans of like, no, that's in the extension building. We're going to go over here and showing everyone around, but really going into, all the spaces and just talking to different representatives from across Texas with other school board trustees was really fabulous. We also spent some time visiting the Ann Richards School for girls in AISD, and we had a lot of conversations. They were like, didn't y'all just not approve your school of choice? And I was like, okay, hold on. And I said, I want us to get there, and seeing that in action, it inspired me a lot, of as we continue to have those discussions of what a school of choice looks like in your school district and how to really make a program shine, just the opportunities and the potential that were there, talking to those young women and just, seeing that in action. Love for us all to be able to go do that, so that we, as we really dive into what does that look like in LISD, just seeing one that's, that they're doing that on their campus. Last thing I want to note is we are almost towards the end of February, and a lot of our campuses, as you visit, you see them celebrating and honoring Black History Month. And so it was also wonderful to see that so many of our campuses are honoring the sacrifices and the contributions that have been made, for decades and decades in our country, and I think it's really important to acknowledge that in this time for us. every year, what's the organization? I know the abbreviation, but it's the, I'm going to forget the abbreviation. I don't want to get it wrong, but it's the ASALH. So it's, someone will look that up for me, but they give a different term for Black History. There's a different theme for Black History Month every year. And this year it was Black resistance, and just the resistance of, you know, in this day and time for Black Americans. And so just want to honor our LISD students and staff and community members that are part of that community, and thank them for their contributions to making our community diverse and strong and rich. So thank you.
All right. At the end of January, as part of Board Member Appreciation Month, I visited Early College High School, and I actually had a couple of visits there, and it was, I just love that environment. And they sent me home. All over 100 students had put together some write-ups for all the board members, and so you can each get to read all of their comments, and I did read all of their comments. There's one that I want to read out loud, and because the theme was pretty consistent throughout. It's like they like their small classrooms or class sizes. They love the diversity of the students and the teachers. They love their teachers, and they love the ability to be in this rigorous environment, academically rigorous environment, and they are not so concerned about, or they didn't seem to be so concerned about the lack of a ton of the extracurriculars which you find on the general high school. So it was very eye-opening, and I really was happy to see them happy, because I know how much we deliberated on this last school year before we approved it. So here's one that I'll read out. I'd never thought I'd be able to find a small school from an email alone. This valuable opportunity opened my eyes to a new world where I was allowed to see a different side of school. Rigorous, yes. Open to ideas, also, yes. But is it a place filled with respect, joy, and wondrous experiences? Yes. Here I am able to experience my thoughts, to finally express myself. For that, I am eternally grateful to the school board for giving us the opportunity to be here. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this is sure to be cherished for the rest of the years. Yeah, so that theme was pretty much spread throughout. So they, and the administrators that they have there are just very wonderful for the kids. So shout out to them. And then I also had the opportunity to visit Cedar Park High School to participate in a Black History Month panel that was put on by the AV students. I'm sorry? Yes, journalism. And I don't like to watch myself or listen to my voice, so I haven't come back to watch it. But they had some very, and Mr. Street was there as well. So they had some really thought-provoking questions. As usual, the students are really tough, and it was in the library, so I did get to see their Black History Month book displays, really encouraging students to go and read these books as well. So what else? Oh, and then this week, the three of us, so that's, four. Francesca, Trish, Anna, and I got to visit the Capitol, and one of you can talk more about it if you want to, and speak with our legislators. Thanks.
Like everybody else, I have been really busy. The end of January, I got to go out to Grandview Hills Elementary and get a tour of their campus and learn more about the IB program. This was the first time that I've had kind of the full the full introduction to what IB does and how it impacts their learning. And it was really incredible to see. It is so much more than I thought it was, and the kids are so excited about it. I also got to see one of their Friday assemblies, which is completely student run and organized. They do all of that themselves, and it was so much fun to go spend some time out there. Then, like Christine said, we went out to TMEA, and in addition to Wiley, we got to go see Vista Ridge's percussion and Vandergrift's tenor bass choir. And it was amazing. I am absolutely blown away by the talent of the kids in this district. It was incredible. And then last week, I got to go out to Aiken and participate, or at least see their Enrichment Fridays, which I had never heard of before, and it was so cool because the kids get to pick what they want to do and which classroom they want to go in, and all of the teachers have different activities set up for them, and it was just, everybody was having an amazing time. And then on Tuesday, I went to the Capitol with the group. I was not prepared for the walking, y'all, I was not prepared, but that to me was an amazing experience, because to watch hundreds and hundreds of trustees and admin and educators in the Capitol going there to advocate for public schools and their students, it was just an incredible experience, and I'm so grateful that I got to meet so many educators from around the state and to have everybody there just fighting for our students and what's best for them. So thank you to anybody that went out to that and spoke for our students, because it was amazing.
This week, Dr. Bentz hosted a SHAC meeting, of which I'm one of the board trustees on it, and we started to dig into the work.
Yes, board members, in case just know a small change, I want to point your attention to a small change in format, which is that we have the committees that we are on, like you just did exactly. I mean, I didn't even have to tell you or prompt exactly what I was hoping we were doing. I think Chris did too. When we're doing our remarks, if you're on a board, if you're on a board committee, then the chairs are going to bring that up. So the legislative things that we did, we're going to talk about that later in our legislative updates. This is a time for, if you're on a district committee though, and you're meeting, just to give us a heads up. We met, or we're going to meet. I will tell you, for the School Safety and Security Committee, they're looking at a March date to come back in and have another meeting. So we're going to be looking towards the end of March to meet then. And then also there was another one I saw here on the list that I was supposed to say something on. No, I guess that was it. I think that's all the ones that I'll let Anna talk about long range if there's anything. And then I'll be talking later about a board meeting actually as an agenda item. So any board committees that you're on, that would be if we're on operations, if you're on policy, those are actually going to go in the agenda where we can have back and forth conversation. This is just meant to be a quick hit on what you're doing and move on. Board members, thank you so much for being out in the community. It does not go unnoticed. The events, the committees, the time that you're spending. And I have a lot of meetings. It's just that season that I'm attending. And so when I need that dose of seeing what's happening in our campuses and I cannot be there, I will go check out the Twitter feed for #1LISD, and your screen just blows up. You can see all the great things, well, not all, but so many of the great things that are going on in campuses. And so I've actually used that as I go talk to lawmakers too, when we talk about the great things that are going on the campus. It's a great way to quickly see what's happening in LISD. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Gonzalez de Lacia, trustee, Dr. yeah, I know. Can I just say, Gloria, thank you for being a part of LTASB. That is a huge time commitment. I think it would be fabulous if all of our board could someday put that on their goals to attend, because of the learning and the experience you get to see all the different trustees from all the different parts of the state, right? Small size districts, rural, I mean, up up way high in the Panhandle, down in the valley, and that learning from other trustees of how they're working through issues in their districts. I think it makes us better informed. So thank you for going through that, because that is a huge time commitment, absolutely. So doing that, it makes you a better trustee for our students, and for you to commit for our students like that is impressive. So thank you. All right, now we can move on to citizen comments. I was trying to get to the students, so let's do the student video introducing our student citizen comments.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, as they pursue their mission to cultivate an individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens' Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or you can just tell them that you'd like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED local specifies guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you are presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even come see some of us in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, thank you so much. We will go ahead and start with our first speaker this evening. Board members, and for our audience, we do start with our students first, and then we'll proceed on to the adults who have signed up. So we'll start with speaker number 1. And then there's a button to press. Don't worry, we won't start your time until you know your speaker's on and you're ready. So,
good evening, Leander ISD board members and Dr. Gearing. My name is Simran Carl, and I'm a junior at Cedar Park High School. I'm also Cadet Chief Master Sergeant in the Leander High School Air Force Junior ROTC. I would like to take a few minutes to talk about my Girl Scout Gold Award that I did in relation with my JROTC program. My service project, which is titled Honoring the Missing Man, was developed to increase awareness within LISD schools about veterans, particularly those who are missing in action as well as prisoners of war. One way to honor these veterans, as well as increase awareness, is to display a missing man table. Missing man tables are memorials set up in honor of fallen, missing, or imprisoned military service members. Each item on the missing man table represents the emotions and feelings reserved for those who did not come home. My fellow Air Force Junior ROTC cadets and I worked to assemble 17 missing man table kits that we donated to various Leander ISD schools. We have donated 16 kits to 14 schools across Leander ISD, and we have one kit for the board to display if you would like. That's what that is. This is where I come to the board for assistance. We have received overwhelmingly positive feedback and enthusiasm from the administration in each school we donated a kit to. I would love for each LISD school to have a kit to display. Each kit is about $20 to assemble, and there are 30 schools in Leander ISD we have not been able to provide kits for as for we run out of funds. Would the board consider adding a budget of $600 to $650 to put these kits together so we can raise awareness? I thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Hi, I'm a student at Glenn High School, and there have been many reports of sexual assault towards girls on Glenn High School campuses. Are you aware that there are boys in class and in hallways masturbating? What is the administration going to do about it? There have been many cases of this happening. Girls have been reporting it, yet nothing has been done to stop it. Students are being kept from their learning because these boys cannot control themselves. Girls are having to go home because of how traumatizing it is. School is not a place boys should be masturbating. It should not be tolerated for anyone. School should be a safe place for everyone, not a place where us women have to watch these boys masturbate. If these boys are getting away with this in classrooms, what will they do with these girls behind closed doors or in the bathroom? If we let them get away with this now, they will go further, and our female students will be unprotected because no one is standing up for them. What are you going to do to make sure all women are safe and protected in schools? And if you do not decide to take action, you will not be following your first core belief. Thank you for your time and all your efforts and all that you do. Have a good evening.
Thank you, speaker. Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 3.
Thank you to the board members, Superintendent Gearing, and LISD teachers and staff for all you do, and to the police officers here to protect us. Today I'd like to talk to you about how students learn physical education and health, and why that is so important. A healthy body contributes to a healthy, active mind throughout one's life. Ideally, students should learn life lessons about what they are able to do, how to care for their body, and how they can continue to learn and enjoy and grow their health in adulthood. They should not learn lessons that are untrue, for example, that they are incapable or somehow less than. Perhaps because of culture, and especially the ways we value elite sports, students sometimes self-evaluate and learn the wrong lessons. They think that they aren't good at sports. They think that they can never enjoy healthy physical activities. They learn to avoid things that are good for their health. I don't think LISD is the cause of this, because the problem is national and international, but it is important for the district to look at. I'm a juggler, and I recently ran and juggled a half marathon. I learned a lot from that. We don't need to teach kids how to do the impossible, just more than they think they can. Unusual skills like flow arts and unicycle are taught in schools in Canada and Japan, and students who participate learn the right lessons. I think we should take some time to think about what the right lessons are for students in our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, speaker number 3. And we have our next student speaker, 3.5, and I'm sorry, I know the numbering got messed up. You're actually supposed to get another number, and they realized you were a student, so they moved you up, so you're 3.5.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, LISD teachers and staff, and the police officers who are here to protect us. Today I'd like to say again how strongly our family supports high quality information to support all LISD students. I've noticed that for some time now, there has been an abundance of misinformation about schools and education at board meetings and online. I think it's important to everyone to understand the impact of misinformation and what it has on education as well as the future of our community. People say things that are untrue about education just for political reasons. Historically, when campaigns like this have been undertaken, they have been for very bad reasons. For example, to oppose integration of schools. If you think about it, the recent attacks seem quite similar. People claim parental rights because they fear their children will have to go to school with children who are different from them. That's also why they are attempting to limit the curriculum and the books. They don't feel like they can defend their morality when their children are friends with kids and families they fear. Information is the only cure for this. I call on all students to ensure that everyone has accurate information and that misinformation is corrected. There are many constructive steps we can take to correct misinformation. Now is the time to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speaker. For all of our student speakers, I mean, hopefully our adult commenters know this, but I just want to make sure our student speakers know we cannot do like back and forth conversation at this time. If we don't have an agenda, we can if it's not on the agenda, we cannot address it. But as you may know, our administration is in charge of day-to-day activities, so administration will follow up with you if you raised a question or comment or concern during your citizen comments. And then the board members, I'm sure we're going to be expecting to get information back from administration. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker, speaker number 4. Speaker number 4, Gerald.
I couldn't help myself. I'm here tonight. I signed up to come to express once again my concerns as a citizen and a parent for what my children are being exposed to. It's very ironic. I did not know that speaker number 2 had signed up because, but I want to express once again is my concern for what my children are being exposed to. I'm not trying to take away anyone else's rights. I'm just expressing my concerns for what my children, as a responsible parent protecting my children, I want to once again express that concern. It's really ironic. Changes are coming because this is not, whether or not you take us seriously or not, this is a movement that's spreading around the country and is very, very active. I want to support my concerns with some facts. Not just emotions, not just saying, well, you're a liar. The truth is, I'm a parent, I've got kids, I'm concerned. That's not a lie, that's the truth. That's not disinformation. The truth is that damage is being done to children in this district. You guys are responsible. That's not an opinion, that's the truth. I want to end with a quote by one of the legislators in Texas who is actively involved in this as well. He says, if television and radio can't broadcast explicit images or depictions about a book without being fined by the FCC, that same content should not be in your children's library.
Thank you, speaker number 4. Speaker number 5. Just a second. There's a button up there. Okay.
Good evening. It has recently been brought to our attention that 2 or more of our schools in Steiner Ranch may face closure or repurposing without consideration for the impact it would have on students, teachers, and the community at large. During an assembly yesterday, a teacher spoke to the students and volunteers, emphasizing the importance of the community to the school. We can all agree that our schools are much more than just a place for students to spend 8 hours a day. They're a foundation for their future. Our 3 elementary schools are among the best rated in the district, if not the highest. Our schools spend 47% less per student than the district and state averages, and despite the calls for lower student-teacher ratios, these schools are threatened with closure when they achieve them. The district should be looking to replicate the success of our schools rather than dismantling them. Furthermore, the district's demographic models do not accurately reflect the community. Steiner is and continues to be a community of families. We have many young graduates, but they're being replaced by young families. According to the 2021 census, there are 18,100 residents in Steiner Ranch, and roughly 6,000 of them are school-aged or soon-to-be school-aged children. The 2022 demographic report was off by 15% for one of our schools and 13% for another, indicating an increase versus decrease moving forward. Closing one school and repurposing it would immediately fill our 2 remaining schools beyond capacity immediately. The district recently proposed $44 million for an early college high school on the north side, which would have a maximum capacity of 500 students. However, schools on the south side would have larger attendance numbers face the threat of closure. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. And for all of our speakers, remember you can always send us your comments too via email. All right, speaker number 6.
On Monday, I attended a presentation for the new $700 million plus bond. I am just baffled that the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Gearing added nearly an additional $200 million to the amount the steering committee had for the bond. I also learned 3 schools are closing and will be refurbished. Also, the Tier 2 and Tier 3 could be paid with the $160 million in cash reserves that the board has. I am concerned what will happen with this bond money. In November, we were coerced through fear to vote for the $90 million bond to pay off debt, or teachers and faculty would lose their jobs. I learned that only $30 million has been paid toward that debt. Where is the other $60 million that's supposed to go towards that $90 million? What are you doing with this money? Also, congratulations to Tarvin Elementary for raising funds for the shade to be put over their playgrounds. To be fair and equitable, the board can take that off of their bonds because now the schools have an example of resourcefulness through Tarvin. The Board of Trustees and Superintendent Gearing are supposed to be stewards over the bond money, not to go big or go home. What we are finding is that they can't be trusted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 6, speaker number 7.
An Iraq War combat veteran told me once that he would sing childhood church songs as he rolled into battle. He said it helped him control his stress. I suspect he was also doing it as last-minute preparation just in case he was to meet his Creator that day. I recently was with my son in a children's church song activity. The music leader had several activities to help the children memorize the songs and would randomly pick names and call the children up to help him or play a game in front of the group. The children loved it, and everyone wanted to be called. The music leader began to feel that too many children were being called from the left side of the room. So he told the children that he was going to be, quote, more equitable, unquote, and only choose from the right side of the room for the rest of the time. On his first pick from the right side, a 7-year-old boy from the back row jumped up and loudly proclaimed, "I thought you said you were going to be equitable, but you didn't pick me." Oh, from the mouth of babes. I'm seeing the same things happen here in these meetings. Lots of songs, lots of games, and pretend equity putting down real merit, like water polo. I hope that 7-year-old boy on the back row learns his church songs well, for he will need them in the coming stress of life's battles that are being set up for him, like a $2.5 billion mortgage that he will be forced to pay for the rest of his life.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 8. Calling for speaker number 8 one more time. All right, we'll move on to speaker number 9. Speaker number 9.
Good evening. Thank you. We appreciate the service of the trustees, the teachers, the volunteers, the staff people. You've done an excellent job. But speaking of misinformation, we need to get a few things straight. Whether people know it or not, the trustees are paying the bonds off early, okay? That's a good thing. It's a wise investment. It saves us money. Whether people know it or not, the financial rating of Leander ISD has been improved twice. Not once, twice. So you've got to be doing something right. I'm appreciative that the trustees took a look at the information that the volunteers gave you and added to that bond the things that needed to be added for our children. Why someone wants our schools to be less when they should be more for our kids, I'm not sure. I'm retired and disabled, and I'm okay with my taxes the way they are, and I'm okay if you need to increase my taxes. Children and public education are the best investments we can make. And as far as diversity, inclusion, and justice are concerned, talk to any business people, any people that are moving into the area. They want you teaching diversity and inclusion and social justice in our schools. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Thank you to the board and everybody. As a husband of a black wife and a father to 2 biracial children, I have to say I really appreciate the comments you made about Black History Month. The attention this school board and the schools and teachers have paid to understanding that history and making sure that kids have the opportunity to learn about it. I'd like to address, just in a dialogue fashion, some of the comments that have been made. You know, a few years ago, our daughter spent 6 weeks doing science experiments and putting together a science fair exhibit. They went to the science fair at Winkley Elementary, and a white lady who was signed up as a judge gave them a 0 because, as she said, kids who look like them weren't capable of doing that quality work. And they ended up winning the Austin Regional Science Fair with that later, when that injustice was corrected. So when people talk about real merit, the problem is some people in our district can't see real merit, and they see some kids who are different from their kids as dangerous or inferior. And I'm glad that this district knows that that is not true and recognizes real merit wherever it occurs and doesn't let the fear some people have that their kids will respect other kids stop them from respecting all kids. Thank you again. Thank the counselors. Thank all the teachers. You're wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 10. Speaker number 11.
Good evening, neighbors and the board. How are you? I've been listening to these comments, and I was going to talk about the bond, but I'm actually called to talk about something else. But first I want to thank, where's that young lady? There she is right there, who talked very courageously about boys doing things that would have been absolutely unheard of when I went to school. That has to stop. I guess what I'm called to talk about is something that really nobody wants to talk about. And that is, do we really go the extra mile in this district for the full measure of security that our kids need and demand? And what I'm talking about, of course, is the fact that in this state, unlike in Michigan State, unlike in Uvalde, where various gun-free zones are, in this state, you can carry if you are a teacher or a staff member. 30% of the districts in the state do so. They go the extra mile. I don't understand why we wouldn't do that for our kids too. Are you, Mr. Gearing, going to go the extra mile? Because only you can authorize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker number 11. And that concludes our citizen comments. We'll move on to our next item, consent agenda. Board members, if there is no motion to sever, then I need a motion to approve.
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next agenda item, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. As you heard earlier, this was Volunteer Appreciation Week, and so we just want to give a big shout out to all of the volunteers who help us throughout the district. We could not do what we do without the army of volunteers that we have coming into our schools on a daily basis. A huge part of that is the PTA, the Parent-Teacher Association, and we have those at every one of our schools, or a PTO at a couple. And, you know, and yes, thank you. PTSA is at the high school level where we got students involved too. I'm going to dig in a hole for myself here, I feel like. But and then of course we have a council of PTAs in Leander ISD as well, and so and they provide support across the district. But they do an incredible job. This picture, of course, was from our volunteer appreciation breakfast that we had, and we really appreciate what everybody's doing. I think I'm a mind reader, so. This right here was at TMEA in San Antonio. Our Vista Ridge High School percussionists went down there, and let me just tell you, what an incredible experience. It's really, it's hard to believe that these are high school children, is all I'd say. And then of course our Vandergrift High School men's choir, just incredible performance. I want to say that schools get really proud, districts get really proud when they get one of their programs selected to go to TMEA and perform. For us to have 3 at the same time is really a testament to the incredible work that our kids and our teachers are doing in this space. And then of course the Wiley Middle School, they sound like high schoolers, they really did. Now honor band, right? Because this now earns them the designation of honor band. They did an incredible job. And then to have trustees down there supporting this, and I know they went down just for that, and that's incredible too. So we really appreciate the trustees for going down there. And to Megan and Mike and John Graham and his team, just thank you for the incredible work that you do to support and make these programs possible in our district for our children. These experiences will follow these children their entire lives. It changes them and makes them better people. And so we're really grateful that we have the opportunity to provide these programs for our children. Talk a little bit about our buildings. As you know, in December we had some significant weather events, and it may be difficult to see on here, but on the left is a picture of what the Leander High School dance floor looked like, and you can see the warping in that floor. And then as they pulled it up and started extracting that water out, a number of you went on a tour of the building and got to see what is happening over there. And so I wanted to give you a quick update to say that that floor is now in the process of being replaced. It's not quite finished yet. You can see that these are just the raw boards that are down. They've still got a few more to go. And then of course they've got to do the finishing to the floor and the restriping and all of that. But the work is going well, and we hope to be finished right at spring break or just after spring break. So great work going on there. We also had major damage in the high school gym, the competition gym. And so they had to pull that entire floor up as well. And we're pleased with the progress that they're making in getting that new floor down as well. So good work been going on. I know there was some concern about the water extraction and what happens, but they have taken the time to do this work really thoroughly and dry that out completely and ensure that there's no persistent damage before they started putting the new floor down. So we're really happy about the progress that they're making at Leander High School. And then just a short time later, we had another winter storm, because this is Texas. And then we had 89 degrees yesterday. So, but we just want to give you a quick update. We do have a list. All these campuses on the left-hand side of this are completely done. We still have a few more campuses that have brush that's been pulled aside, and we have that one tree at Mason that is still needing to be taken care of. They have agreed that they're going to cut it up and use the big pieces as outdoor classroom stumps for kids to sit on. So something good is coming out of some of this. Our crews are working really hard. It's just down to our crews now, and so they have about another week before they can get everything back to where we feel like it's normal again. So I want to give you a quick update. I know I talked to you in the fall about our school improvement visit process, and so that happened all through the fall, and we're now coming back and visiting campuses again for a second time in the spring with the school improvement visits. And so this is just one example from Steiner Ranch Elementary School, where I had the privilege of attending their spring civ visit a couple of weeks ago. And just to remind you that what we're doing, this is their continuum from the fall, where we're looking at, as we walk in classrooms, what are we seeing and how does it match to what the ideal is for what's happening in the classrooms. And then we're posting those observations that we're making, and then we're asking people to also make suggestions for how can we tweak that just a little bit to get it a little bit closer to the ideal on that side. And then as part of that visit as well, we're posting wanderings for the campus to look at, and then also what next steps the campus can take on and what our district support team can do. And so these visits involve district members of the teaching and learning team, as well as the area superintendent who's managing that visit. So that all was what happened in the fall. And then on February 8th, we came back for the spring visit. The campus gets to give us an overview of the work that they're doing. So you can see that Brittany at Steiner Ranch has these cadres of teachers that are working on different things. Empowered learning for students involving goal setting for each and every student and focusing on math and reading. And then innovative learning environments. They have hop time and student choice and innovation lab and the outdoor garden. They're working on inclusive learning environments, and then, of course, some of the instructional design work. And so then we go out and visit in classrooms again. And I'll note for this one, because this one got flipped somehow. And so the ideal is actually on the left side on this one. And so when you see all those stickies down on the left side, we've got a lot of great things happening. What's fun about the second visit is now they've had this opportunity to process what happened in the first visit, make some changes, work with their teachers in those classrooms, and now we're going on and observing like what's happening now. And again, still, we're never satisfied, so what tweaks can we make to get it a little closer to the ideal? And then again, those wanderings and next steps, and how are we going to continue to partner with the district to make sure that we're making those improvements that are necessary. And so these are ongoing throughout the spring. And constitute really the work that's getting to the core of our strategic plan and making sure that each and every student and each and every staff member in our district is getting what they need as we progress through the year. So again, I just want to give a shout out to Heather Neds for the incredible work that she did for our volunteer appreciation breakfast. She literally took this on and had activities for them to do, ran a really pretty tight classroom. I think if we'd done a sieve on them, they would have done pretty well. So thank you.
All right. Board members, any questions? All right, we'll go ahead and conclude that agenda item, move on into discussion, action items, student experience, discussion of leading measures update.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. Dr. Martinez and I are excited to be with you tonight as we bring you the second quarter update regarding our leading measures. And if you recall, back in this incredible work that you all identified in our board agenda planning calendar, you said we want to make sure that we're constantly talking about the strategic plan. That is important work, and we want to make sure that we are constantly talking about that in this room. So we built in those formative reviews throughout the year, and that's where we're talking about the work around each of the goal areas. Then we also have added in these leading measures updates, and that is to provide you what do we have in our data so far that says how we're making progress towards our strategic plan, towards the district improvement plan, and because we know it is aligned to the superintendent evaluation. So that's what we're here tonight, is to provide you with the update and just that reminder that it is all connected, right? Again, you all engaged and led this great work around how do we make sure that all of these pieces are aligned. And so we're just going to spend some time updating you with what the data we have. So always like to come back to our foundational beliefs around our work. We know all of this is grounded in the vision, mission, core beliefs, and graduate profile. And that work helps to align all of our arrows to ensure that we are going to reach that promise that has been identified for our students, that promise of realizing the graduate profile. Again, built on the foundation of the mission, vision, core beliefs within that framework of the strategic plan. So I don't have to say this to you all. You definitely know we have the 5 goal areas, and so we're just going to take some time to go through each of those and again provide you just a little bit of data for this quarter.
So I get to start with the Empowered Student Learning Goal, our first goal, and probably our most important. So we have 3 key questions that we are asking the system that the district improvement plan is written around. All 3 at this time are considered, as January when we did the formative review of the district improvement plan, are considered to be on track. And tonight I have the honor of bringing to you some of the updated data since the last time we met. We do have some additional academic performance data really focusing on 1.2. And so here we're going to focus on the middle of the year universal screening data. That's going to be our ISIP and our MAP data. This is somewhat new to the system with MAP, and so we'll try to keep bringing this to you and help you see what it's telling us about our system. I think it's really important to note as we dive into this data that the purpose of both ISIP and MAP are really at the student level. So it is assessments that kids take at the beginning, middle, and end of the year that help their teachers, their parents, themselves, all of the specialists and interventionists on the campus come together and ensure that each child is growing. And so we do, however, look at this data at the system level as a signal to help us see how our curriculum is doing, how we're doing overall with our students. And so this first set of data is the ISIP data. This is our reading data. We have been doing this in elementary for quite some time, so we have 5-year trend data here for you. You can see the 22-23 does not have end of the year yet because what we're presenting today is that middle of the year. So you can see we saw a slight increase of the students who are showing at the elementary level, who are showing readiness to be on grade level. This would be our middle school. We've only done this in ISIP for 2 years in our middle school systems, and so you can see we have an incredibly stable system in middle school with some improvement happening this year between our middle and our beginning and middle of the year. This would be our readiness in math using the MAP assessment, sorry. Again, we've just done this for 2 years, and so we're still kind of digging in and understanding trends. I do know, because I sit up there with the curriculum people and the math team is on this side of me, that there have been tons of opportunities for teachers to dig into their MAP data with the support of the curriculum specialists and coordinators in Leander. And so I'm hearing lots of these Zoom calls that they're meeting with whole teams, and also know that they're out on campuses to help the teachers really begin to unpack what they're getting from the MAP assessment and how then that guides the instructional practices and the programs for individual students and groups of students. This is our middle school MAP, also rather stable. And for the first time this year, this was one of the goals in the district improvement plan, or one of the strategies in the district improvement plan, was to extend our universal screeners through high school. And so this is the first year that we have had data, so we just have beginning and middle of the year. We don't really know what to say about the fact that the kids in the middle of the year are not showing the kind of progress that we would expect. Anecdotally, we're hearing that kids aren't taking it terribly seriously, which may be part of it. We will certainly know more as we continue to dig into this data with those PLCs and looking then how this data correlates with how they do on the end of course exams.
Can we pause and ask a question before we go to CCMR?
Sure.
Okay. So when we're looking at the elementary reading and middle school reading versus the elementary mathematics and the high school mathematics, I'm trying to compile those together. And I believe the information that we've seen at a state level and that we've heard is also happening at a district level is that reading has done better for our students than math, and that we need to keep kind of doubling our efforts on math. I also realize this is one score, one data point. So when I'm looking at this one data point, can y'all tell the board, does this data point match other data points? In other words, is this telling a consistent story, or do you see anomalies with this data point? And then is this matching the story, that the information that we have? Are we getting more nuanced information now of what's happening for our students in the classroom in reading mathematics?
So I can start. That's a lot in that question. So let me start, and then we may need to bring Matt Bentz or Alicia up to talk a little bit more. We do see the statewide, we saw pretty big slide in math performance for students across the board. When we look at this map data and use it for the predictive piece, which you'll see that in your House Bill 3 report that was in your board memo this last Friday, we actually are predicting that our students are going to do better in math, that these middle-of-the-year map scores are helping us predict the STAR performance. And it does show some improvement from our last year. Again, this is one data point. And so it's difficult to generalize across all, but typically what we have seen with COVID, and I think what we've seen overall is, is that our reading is the kids have been able to maintain, and they're continuing to maintain, although I would say our reading is still a little flat. And in math, we are beginning to see that rebound starting to happen. Does that answer your question sufficiently, or would you like us to bring up some of my good friends?
I think I'm going to sit with that for a bit to see if the board members, before we go into CCMR, have any other questions. So I want to share the mic. Yes, I have more questions, but I'd rather share the mic and see if board members have anything else.
I do. So I know that, like you had mentioned that nationwide, we're seeing that kind of the dip in math, and we know that from parents being at home, they can read their kid a book, but they're not going to dive into that math, right? So that we know that was part of it. But the other piece I'm wondering about is that you just mentioned is that it's a good indicator for STAR, but I guess my question there is, STAR's going to be new this year, and it's going to be new across the board. So while I see, to me, we're not seeing a huge slope down. I mean, we're seeing it's pretty consistent. It's pretty stable. And I'm happy about that, but I guess I'm questioning is this redesign of the STAR, we don't know what that's going to look like, and we may not know for a couple of years, right?
So we
Go ahead, you've got it.
Apologize. So we actually have been working with our teaching and learning department. They've been incredible in rolling out resources to support teachers in working with students to give exposure to those new redesigned questions. And so even I was talking with a campus today, they are actually giving curriculum-based assessments so that are developed by our teaching and learning team with embedded STAR redesign questions so that we can monitor that to see, one, how are our students progressing, but then also with this new redesign on the questions. And while I'm talking about that, just a little bit more, Dr. Martinez talked about how we are definitely putting the power of the data is in the student's hand. She also highlighted we are digging into that data at all levels and really making sure that while, yes, this is a stable system, we are dissatisfied, right? We want to see continued growth. And so we're digging into that not only at the student level, but working with our my team is working with campus leaders in partnership with teaching and learning to really dig into what is this data telling us and how are we monitoring at that student level to really ensure that we're growing. A perfect example of that partnership has been around math. And so we worked together, we identified, we know that there's some gaps in math. And so in partnership with our math curriculum, we have targeted training and coaching that is happening at specific campuses. And what we're seeing from that, when teachers are engaging in that training with the coaching and with fidelity, we are seeing huge growth in those classrooms. And so that is super exciting. That pilot is definitely something that we're going to look to replicate as we move forward. So we're digging into this, like Dr. Martinez said, even at a PLC level. I was, again, at another campus today and looking at how they were identifying who are the students that are needing interventions and who are the students that are ready for enrichment based off of this data, and how are we going to make sure that we're meeting each of their needs, because we want growth for all.
So looking at slide 10, I have a question. That's the elementary reading.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mine
sorry.
aren't numbered. There it is. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's number 10, sorry. So I was looking at starting with from the left side and moving to the right side, and looking at the beginning of the year, comparing beginning of the year, each of those years, and then middle of the year, and then end of the year. And it just seems like this year we're behind where we've been in each of those years. Is that indicative of an issue?
So I may call a friend to jump in and help answer this, but what I do see on there is that last year and this year we started beginning of year at the same level. So what I see, that tells me is coming out of COVID, we did see the drop. And so then how do we continue to support students? But
I'll start and then you can finish strong, Alicia. So you're right. As far as we did start at 70% at the beginning of last year, and then we started at the same spot this year. And what we do need to keep in mind, while we do have a stable system, like Trustee Maurer talked about, we also those are different cohorts of students, and each one of those students have individual needs. And so as we dig into the data on the 71%, and we notice, okay, that percentage of students that is demonstrating grade level readiness is not going up as much as it usually does. And in a perfectly stable system, the 70 would stay a 70 all year long, but we want more students to be demonstrating grade level readiness. Then we dig into the data during our school improvement visits, and our teams do it at the grade levels, and we focus our supports and have those language arts specialists and coordinators into the schools demonstrating the most need with training, support. I was at a campus support team meeting this morning where our language arts team was talking about two of our folks were teaching during guided reading, teaching small groups, and also the coordinated support on that campus was incredible relative to the grade level trainings in grades 2 and 3 for math, and then also in grades 4 and 5. I just want to point out, and I don't know if Kimberly's in the room yet, but that we have Kimberly, love you, that we have also added math co-teachers / coaches in grades 4 and 5 to work with, to have additional experts on deck to support that math. But appreciate your comment, because absolutely we are not seeing the increase in grade level readiness that we saw last year, and we want that. So good question.
I just want to add one thing, is to remember that MAP is, as well as ISIP, they're nationally normed more achievement tests as opposed to for mastery. And I know we've talked about this when we talked about this data before, but it's not You can't get 100 on these tests. In fact, in MAP, every student is going to end up getting 50% of the questions right and 50% wrong. It's designed to show teachers where students are ready to learn. So it's about achievement as opposed to mastery. And so I think that kind of plays into your question as well. This data has to be looked at slightly differently. We do want students to grow over time, but to me, it's not concerning that when you look at 21 and 22, that between middle of the year and beginning of the year, we only saw that growth wasn't quite as much as it was last year, because it really is based on those individual needs of those students, and it's meant really for teachers and PLCs to dig into. Can we predict STAR with it? Absolutely. There are linking studies that both organizations have done to do that. So it's a great tool for us to see where we really need to focus efforts on students. But I really feel like the stability of our system, because it's an achievement test versus for mastery, says a lot more than the difference between the percentages based on looking at this graph over time, if that makes sense.
So given that MAP is new for us as a system, and that we've not really used it as a way to sort of predict or I don't want to say predict, that's not the right word, tell us a story about what STAR might look like. I'm really curious to see when we do get those scores back, even though it's new, how the MAP has been able to inform the instruction instead of the other way around. So I think that it gives them a whole lot, like Alicia just said, it gives them a whole lot more information about where the gaps are, so that they can speak to that, so that they're ready for the STAR, so that, like, I feel like we're doing it forwards instead of backwards now, if that makes sense.
Well, and I think something else to note, and Dr. Grissom mentioned this earlier, that we have some campuses that are using CBAs that were developed. Both ISIP and MAP have all the redesigned item types in it. So students have a lot of experience by taking our assessments using the same kind. It's not going to look exactly the same because it's a different test format. We have ways for them to do that as well, but they are used to seeing all the different kinds of item types that are going to be on there. And as a curriculum team, I can say that we are not as concerned about those new item types, because we really think our students are a lot more adept at using those things than maybe even the adults in the system that are scared of how they're going to perform because it's different and new. But I might, this is recorded, so I might be really wrong when it all comes down to it, but I really think that we have enough in our system where kids are getting a lot of exposure to those different kind of item types.
So I just wanted to add the other ones. So on the flip side, for elementary mathematics on 12 and middle school on 13 math, and then the high school data, it's trending, well, what looks like it's trending in a higher on both the, beginning of the year and middle of the year is still higher compared to last year. So just wanted to say there's some good trends looking up there in those ones.
Can you tell me what time of year they take that middle of the year? I noticed you said something about maybe the kids not taking it so seriously. Are they like checked out at that point?
So the middle of the year window for middle school and high school, we allow it to span over the Christmas break for teachers. Some would like to do it beforehand, some would like to do it after. It's not atypical for that to be a case. They have to do it either before or after, but they could choose one or the other. For elementary, like our window this year was the 1st through the 20th.
Okay.
Of January, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Since we have phone a friend, can either of y'all tell me, based on this one data point, does this trend match what you're seeing in other data points, or is there outliers in this information?
I think it's pretty explanatory of lots of different data points that we'd see. I think that when teachers see that students aren't growing in an ISIP score, they're not surprised that that particular student isn't growing, because the data that they see in their classrooms indicates that, and the data that we see. And Emily Gray has done a lot of work on the predictability of all of these over time, and it is matching pretty closely to what we see actually happen with what these are predicting. So I feel like it's telling us what we, not that what we already know, it's a different measure using for students, but it's not outside of what we would expect, I don't think. I don't know if, Matt, you have anything to add to that. But.
And for our trustees who are talking to our community or to lawmakers, can you tell me what you would say, because I'm guessing an answer here, about elementary and math and high school learning right now? What would be the overall comments you would make about the core subjects that we see in front of us?
Could you rephrase the question or just repeat the question? Because it seemed like it's going to be a big philosophical answer.
Well,
and you have one in mind, so I just want to get it right.
You've heard trustees, and you've heard, actually, I will say, Commissioner of Education, when he's talking in legislative hearings, say math not doing as great as we wanted, reading seems to be doing better. Would you still say that? Because what I'm hearing from your information is it sounds like you're saying something different. And to be fair, this is what the Commissioner of Education said quite some time ago. He's going to come and probably give updates to the committees. For Leander ISD, I want to know what y'all would say, because this sounds different of kind of what you see as far as learning in math and reading.
So I don't want it to sound different, so I will rephrase what we've been saying so far.
It can sound different if it is, though. We just want to know what's going on.
We need to continue to build and rebuild our capacity with our students in math and our curriculum implementation in math. Again, over the past few years, our principals have done a great job, our teachers have done a great job, our central office people have done a great job to continue to support and take care of our students and our staff. And we focus less on full implementation of the curriculum and what some of the data points were saying. And we are redoubling our efforts. And the training I talked about earlier in math, where we have seen the promising results that Dr. Grissom talked about on MAP tests and on that MAP MOI data, has been focused on our curriculum implementation and training our teachers. We have a lot more new teachers that have come into our system over the last 3 years and need additional training, and we are working to set up and reestablish the systems with our teams, with our instructional coaches, to get that training that they need, and then bring in the additional tutoring support through House Bill 4545 and other things, so that our students have what they need too. But we are definitely not saying that we are rocking in math and we do not need to do anything different. Our campuses are working and really focusing there, and so are we. So hopefully that clarifies what we're saying about math in particular. If you want to add about reading, that's great.
I think you can't underestimate the complexity of the context that we're living in. So we have the loss of instructional time, the virtual, the ongoing effects of that. Also the staffing issues that we've had. So we're having to hire people who are alternatively certified or are retired. Many of our most experienced teachers have chosen to retire or to leave the profession, and so we have it's a very dynamic and complex situation that is impacting day-to-day core instruction across the country, but certainly here in Leander as well. And so all of those things, not to mention the trauma of what our children have been going through and the adults in the system. So we're still getting lots of feedback that there is a balance in the amount of pushing and how we're doing. Our teachers over the last 2 years, our elementary teachers especially, have been inundated with taking the Reading Academy. And that was extremely heavy lift for those teachers. And so it does not surprise me that we saw a statewide drop at a time when we had mandatory training that was very intensive and time intensive, especially for our elementary teachers. They just only have so much capacity. And so we are working as a system in order to try to improve that, but there's not a shiny answer or one easy answer to that. We're just working it from all angles. Does that help?
I'd like to make a couple of observations about the data itself, because it's very easy to get lost in the pictures and the numbers. So first of all, on that slide particularly for elementary math, remember that this represents about 20,000 students. So when you're looking at a big number like that, and you've aggregated up to that level, it loses some of its meaning. If we talk about the system, our system is extremely stable. And when I say extremely stable, it's very difficult for us to move the system up or down. And so that's why you see these consistent over the 5-year period. I mean, data is always going to have variation in it, especially when you're looking at that many data points. But overall, when you look at it, the system is extremely stable. MAP and ISIP are universal screeners, and I want Alicia to jump on that mic if I say something incorrect now. So we've got to be very careful about how we aggregate that data up to this level, because what it's designed to do, it's not, every kid doesn't get the same test. Every kid gets a different, unique test that tries to find out exactly where they are so that we can pinpoint that for the teacher so the teacher can pick them up there and take them forward. And so we've got to remember that when we're looking at this data, because, and then the other thing to remember is that at the beginning of the year, the test is not the same as it is in the middle of the year, because we've done more, and so the test has ratcheted up a level because now it's dealing with more information that those kids are processing. And so if you were to see a flat, that just means that doesn't mean the kid did the same as they did at the beginning of the year. It means the kid actually did more proportionally because we expect them to have done more by the middle of the year. So the data is very complex. We understand that we have to present it to you at this level because you can't look at all 20,000 kids that are in this the way that our teachers do on a daily basis, right? Do you want to? I can. No, no. So I understand, you know, that we want to look at these things, but we have to understand the context of them. What I like about this is it is nationally normed, so we know that we're comparing ourselves with a large data set across the nation, and we're learning from a lot of other districts that are using this data how to do it better and better, and it is new for us. And it is predictive of what our performance on those lag measures, on the STAR test in particular, will be. But remember, as I think you're trying to point out, that is just one piece of the work that we're doing inside our strategic plan as we go forward.
Dr. Gehring, if I can go back, then another question I'm asking is, this is one data point. What I'm hearing is it doesn't sound like this data point gives us any, there's nothing that seems an outlier. This data point is either affirming or confirming other data points that we have. Can you then tell me kind of, if you said, all right, so based on this, you said we're learning, and what are we learning then? What would you say we're learning from this data?
So as we look at this data at a much more granular level than what's been presented here, we're identifying the places. And when I say the places, we're going at a campus level, then we're going down to a classroom level, then we're going down to a kid level to say where and what do we have to do to make sure that each and every child is performing exactly where they need to be, right? And so that work is happening, and we're identifying where the extra resources have to go, and we're happy to talk to you about what that looks like, all the way down to the classroom level. And so on some campuses, it might be one 5th grade classroom that needs extra assistance. On another campus, it might be the whole 3rd grade math team that needs assistance. Whatever is needed, that's what teaching and learning is stepping in to do. And so we're using that data at that level. And are we looking at prediction? Yes. Is prediction in this year difficult? It's almost impossible because a couple of things have happened. Number one, they're changing the test. Still called the same thing. Before, they used to change the name when they changed the test. Now they don't change the name anymore, but I promise you the changes that are happening now are as significant as when teams went to tabs, went to tax, went to TOS, the other way around, whatever, I forgot all the names, went to STAR. On top of that, they're also changing the accountability system, which is going to have an impact as we report out. And not all of this runs smoothly at the state level. So there's significant changes that are happening that are not, we're not given any pause in accountability through this system. And so we're marching on. Our focus, I want to tell you though, is on the performance of each and every child and making sure that they are where they need to be. And then that, as you heard from Cypress Elementary earlier in the board meeting, that they're connected to their interests and passions, and they're absolutely alive with learning, and they love what they're doing at school every day. And that is what's going to get them to where they need to be. Are we satisfied? We will never be satisfied until each and every kid is where they need to be.
So if we could go to slide 15. Thank you. So while we look at reading and math as leading measures of our system and how the instruction is going, how our students are doing, CCMR is one of those sort of terminal measures that helps us really see how the entire system is functioning. We brought you this. Normally we would not be bringing CCMR data to you in the middle of the year, but we do have, thanks to the wonderful work that Emily Gray does, the ability to look and see how our students are right now as of January in obtaining the TCI measure. And so the TCI is the Texas Success Initiative. It can be, a student can get to TSI, sorry, did I say it wrong? TSI, sorry, TSI, either by SAT, ACT, or by taking the TSIA test. And so this is an indication for us. It's a leading measure towards our college and career readiness, which of course is a very important outcome measure for all of our students. So you can see that we have we had that dip during COVID, and we are rebounding as of January. This is an important one to note, that there are lots of actions that are going on right now on every single high school campuses. So students are being identified. If they have met their TSI eligibility, that means they're ready to go into and they can start earning college credit. So it's a very important measure for students. There are a number of additional ways that a child or a student can make CCMR. So things like getting their certifications and industry certifications. There are some workforce readiness and special education. There are a number of different ways, but this is one that we look at as a leading measure towards getting those kids to reach that final end point that we're trying to have. It's all kids ready to leave our system with every option open. All right, and the last little piece we're going to talk about, because we've got to throw in something that's not test data here. So last time when we had our review with you, we talked a lot about campuses that we have begun to really focusing on student goal setting and student ownership of learning. And so this is part of our strategic plan. Goal setting really is a key indicator or a sub-skill to get ready for kids to truly be able to own their own learning. And so we're seeing lots of campuses embrace that. So we went ahead and asked our kids at the December and January Pulse survey. It was a random sample of students. The same question we had asked in the spring, which is, do you have the opportunity to set goals and track your progress? And as you can see, we saw significant improvement from the spring through to December or January this year, and the number of kids who are saying, yeah, I'm getting a chance to do this. And this really affirmed what we are seeing anecdotally in our SIVs and those school improvement visits that Bruce talked about earlier tonight, in our graduate profile affirmation walks, in our coaching sessions with principals. We are seeing lots of places where they are embracing this level of student ownership and students really taking on goals, writing their own goals and tracking their progress to the goals. And then the next slide just really shows some artifacts of that. So fun to watch. You can't go into a campus now, I don't think, without seeing some evidence where kids are really taking on the process of beginning to understand what is it that I'm supposed to learn, or what do I want to learn, and then how do I get there. So this is just a very small sample of what we're seeing. So we're trying to give you sort of the very quantitative data, as well as some more of the anecdotes that help us to see what our campuses are doing. So that's what we have for empowered student learning. Thank you, my friends.
All right, so we will move on to the next goal area, which is empowered staff. And how wonderful was it to get to hear straight from our teachers at Cypress Elementary and their passion and love for their campus. I mean, it just was so heartwarming. So around this area, what you can see, the signals right now, we are indicating we are on track. And so we wanted just to highlight some of the data around this. So first off, we reported this in the first quarter. We wanted to bring an update to you. What are we seeing as far as turnover? So rather than waiting until the end of the year to see how many teachers are we losing, we are monitoring this at each quarter. And you can actually see, again, we are able to report a decrease in overall turnover rate, teacher turnover rate, but what does stand out is in our special education teacher turnover. And so we are digging into that, and you actually have a little bit more details that are in the superintendent evaluation report that is loaded, because again, our team dug into what is the cause, what's going on there, and then how can we work to retain our teachers. Another data point that we wanted to bring out was just looking at employee perceptions on sense of community. And so we had reported this actually in December, and we got another pulse survey with updated data in January. And so you can see that seems to be pretty stable. We're not seeing huge growth, but not necessarily seeing huge drops. So definitely indicating that we have some stability there, but definitely wanting to continue to dig into that. So that's the quantitative piece. And so what we have done is actually dug into the qualitative piece. So there were open-ended pieces in the pulse surveys where teachers could make additional comments. And so Dr. Martinez, because she is just incredible at her job, did theme out and code all of the comments, and you can see what were the themes that did emerge from that. So then, digging even deeper into that, we just wanted to bring for you some of the highlights of what we were seeing in these comments. So one of the big themes was around the Leander way and culture, and we want to be transparent. It's not all great comments that we're seeing. You do see highlights. Those that are coded green on your screen are the positive comments. You see those that are yellow or gold that are kind of, either way, kind of mixed reviews, and then you see definitely some comments that are not positive. And so we wanted to share with you is that as a team, as a cabinet, we dug into each of these comments, because that's definitely, we want to understand what is it that we're hearing from, what do our staff want to tell us? And so what can we learn from this? What are the things that we can accentuate and build upon? And then what are the things that we need to dig into further? Some of the other comments, just some of the themes, just highlighting there for you. Again, our cabinet dug into this, and you are actually going to hear a little bit more about the work around empowered staff at our next board meeting. We have a formative review. So Carrie Lynn and actually Christine Simpson are going to share some of the work that we're doing in order to retain our teachers and make sure that they do feel that every teacher feels empowered, every staff member feels empowered. Okay, so moving along, we have impactful family engagement. And again, for these, we're indicating we are on track there. If you recall, we had a passionate formative review for you in December with Christina and Dr. Bentz. So we just wanted to bring forward just another pulse survey to indicate how is our community feeling. And this is definitely a celebration as you see some positive trends here. Now it is, again, the confidence level as it's noted on there, Dr. Martinez, you can help me out with this. I believe it says a 6.2, so we're not ready to say, yep, we're rocking it, but we're definitely seeing positive trends here. And I think we can definitely attribute that to our campuses, opening up our campuses back and inviting our families in. They are feeling that connection. So is it where we want it to be? Not quite yet, but definitely we're seeing a positive trend here.
So if you'll remember, we did our baseline survey was our spring survey, and so this was just an opportunity for us to just do a little dipstick check to see, are we continuing to engage with our families and how are they feeling? This year's spring survey has already launched. We had, within the first couple of hours, we had over 1,000 parents that took the survey, and so we're excited to be able to bring that back to you later on in May. To be able to share with you what this year's survey is showing us. So goal 4 is around equitable access. We just have one area that we're really super focusing on this year, and that's that 4.1 about identifying, measuring, and responding to barriers within programs for access. And we are on track for this goal currently in our January review of the district improvement plan. So we have a couple data points we just want to bring. This is some of this is new data for you. So we do actually ask people, how are we doing with this exact question? Since this is the question the community asked us in our strategic plan development, we decided we're just going to use this question. And so what's interesting about this data, if you'll note, is that our parents stay pretty constant, but our secondary students that strongly agree almost doubled. But so did the I don't know. And so we find this really interesting, and we are digging into this data a little bit more. I'm going to channel my inner Mr. Dwayne Street to say that a lot of this is by design. So given all of the, so his analogy is you don't want to remember the game because of the referee. And so right now we are identifying these barriers, we're systematically working on them, but we're not going to be the referee that that calls the game and or makes a call that changes the whole structure. So we're very excited to see, yes, there is some increased awareness with small groups with some of the students, but we also know that we have to continue to be more transparent about the changes that we're making. All right, so this is my friend Anna's favorite, is our equity inventory. So we have PEAMS data that comes official in January, so we went ahead and updated our equity inventory. We don't generally do this until summer, but we thought, why not? We have it, and let's see if that doesn't help us evaluate where we are and maybe make some changes for this year. And so this first one is, we've been tracking for the last 4 years the percent of students who earn high school credit while they're in middle school. As you can see, we had significant gaps back 4 years ago, particularly by our traditionally marginalized students. And now we have gotten to the point where we are almost at parity with this. And so there have been this is an example where system changes, where we open up opportunities for students, and then you begin to see students taking advantage of those opportunities, and you get to what it is that we're looking for. So we're very excited about this as a step. The next one is about kids taking algebra or beyond by the time that or while in middle school. So some kids take algebra, some kids will take geometry, some even go beyond that. And so here's an example where we are improving, but we still have significant gaps in excellence. So we know that there are some things that are going well, but that we have more work to do in this area. This is an area where we know that we have to offer more pathways, more on-ramps to be able to take algebra by 8th grade. And so you'll see the system right now is going through some redesign in order to be able to make sure that we're providing more equitable access for all students. Did you have something?
Just the observation that this is one data point that we don't necessarily want 100% of our kids taking algebra by 8th grade, because that's not right for every kid. And so again, what we're looking at here is the gaps and how we create parity as opposed to pushing everything up.
That's exactly right. So the next slide is looking at our enrollment in high school in our most advanced courses. So this is AP, on-ramps, and IB. So again, you can see this is an area where we have not made the systemic improvements yet. So certainly are looking at this data. This data, I remember at our last review, we talked about how we have taken a feeder pattern approach where this data has been provided to each feeder pattern to be working through and examining. And so this data has now been given to all of those feeder patterns, and we are looking forward to the conversations that they're going to have within their feeder pattern, within their community, how we might be able to impact this data even further.
And it's so great that we're having that feeder pattern conversation, because you can't impact, this is a really lag measure, right? You can't impact this number without having this on-ramp to get to this point, right? So this number might not be improving yet, but that doesn't mean we're not doing the right things to improve this number down the road, right?
In fact, the last two graphs really help indicate that these are students who are going to be coming to high school, are on their way to high school, and hopefully will be pushing the system and help us get to greater parity in this area. We've also had lots of conversations around, is this the right measure? Because it does not include dual credit, and probably should, or we need to also be considering dual credit for students, because these are basically courses where a student can earn college credit while they are in high school. And so we wanted to make sure that we are looking holistically at that and examining those differences.
And before I move on, just want to build off of that conversation around the feeder pattern. Was visiting with a middle school principal today who was commenting on the power and the richness of those conversations that they've been engaging in as feeder patterns that they had not engaged in previously, and just what he was gaining from it and what they were gaining from each other. Walking classrooms, looking for that alignment, pre-K all the way through 12th grade. So it definitely is exciting, and I'm glad that they now have this updated feeder pattern data to dig into for the next level of conversations. All right, so we are going to wrap up our leading measures presentation with the last goal area of safe and innovative learning environments. So we're going to start with some pulse surveys. Again, just wanting to highlight, what are we seeing, what are we hearing from our students? We know that part of safety is that emotional safety. Are we connected? What are we seeing there from our students? And so you have the spring survey results along with our December pulse survey. It was December for secondary students, and elementary it was in January. So you can see definitely some things that, I mean, for most of them, they're right in line with what we saw in the spring. Obviously, what stands out for us is the emotional well-being of our secondary students. It has definitely caused us to ask a lot of questions of what's leading to that. Was it the time of year? Was it something else going on? Is this a continued thing that we're seeing coming out of COVID? So we're having those conversations along with our director of counseling and digging into this further. So definitely something that we're keeping an eye on. And I think this speaks to the power of the pulse survey, that we're not waiting until the end of the year to find out that this is where students are, but allows us to dig into it and understand it better now.
We also have a committee in the SAC group that is specifically thinking about this need, and so we had that group last year that started the work, and they've picked up on that work, and they're continuing to really try to explore and figure out what is the root cause and how might we as a system be able to respond better to the needs of our students. So we're getting lots of student voice with that.
So we also did a pulse check on sense of acceptance and belonging in school. And this is actually a big celebration as you see growth from the spring in some areas of 10 points, which does exceed the confidence level for this statistic. And so that is super exciting to see that our students are feeling safe to be themselves at school. and they see that they are a part of their community. And of course, then that disconnect for us is, but yet at secondary, we're still seeing that drop of that emotional well-being. So I feel safe at school, can be myself at school, but yet emotional well-being, there is that disconnect because those numbers do not match up. So again, more for us to dig into, pay attention to. One of these areas in our safe and innovative learning environment was definitely about connecting students to their interests and passions, and just wanted to highlight, just all of the different ways in and out of the classroom that we are able to connect students to their interests and passions. And so just our students are amazing, and when given the opportunity, they thrive in that environment. So just wanted to highlight that. And then finally, we know 5.2 is about designing a physical learning environment, including technology and tools. I don't know if y'all want to talk anymore about long-range plan and bond and all of that, but obviously we have been talking about that extensively in this space, and so you very much are aware of that work. And called them on at the last meeting. So just wanted to highlight that was a huge action plan from the strategic plan, is around the long range planning committee, and so this is definitely evidence of that work. And I think that's it.
Board members, any questions? All right, that'll conclude.
I have some questions. I have quite a few. I'm going to go all the way back to number 17, CCMR. And it's actually really more of a comment than a question. So let me go. Where is it? Okay, there we go, that one. So my understanding from my visits to Early College High School, because they're ninth grade, and they've gotten to do the TSI, and they're already higher than the seniors in the regular high schools. Is there anything that we can learn from? I know it's a smaller, you mentioned that once you have this large number, then there's all kinds of information that gets lost there, but I was just curious if there have been any discussions about how Early College High School compares with this, because we do have the really diverse students, whether it's 20% ECHO-DIS, 20% SPED, just those large numbers, and we're still seeing really good high numbers coming out of there.
So when you look at the Early College High School blueprint that comes directly from the state, there are some things that they put in that blueprint because they know there are strategies that have worked, especially for our students who, some of which are taking their first dual credit course this semester as a freshman. So some of the things that are in place is once a student applies and is accepted, that very summer, they go into our Bridge program. And so our summer Bridge, that already teaches them what TSI is about. They already have a first time to test, and so they get to test and start testing earlier than some of our other schools do, and that's just because of the uniqueness and the timeliness of when they need to be college ready in order to take some of those courses. But that Bridge program also allows teachers then to know what they need to work on throughout the year, and so that's one of the special things and the great things about some of these smaller schools of choice, is because then you can really go behind some of that intent instructionally for what you're trying to do with the students and really embed that. That being said, those are some of those very strategies we do at some of our comprehensive high schools as well. So while we may not have the summer Bridge program, we do look to see, once the students start testing, where they need support, where they're doing well, how can we implement that, and how can we target that with our students in order to continuously see that number increase. We're also very strategic about when we start testing and how we continue to test them so that students have multiple opportunities to reach that TSI readiness. And so yes, there are some very specific strategies that happen at early college because of the type of program it has, but then some of those strategies we've taken from other schools to bring there, and some they're learning and continuing to work on to help their students reach that TSI readiness.
And if I could just add, I happened to be over there the other day, and they had just recently gotten their updated TSI data and had an incredible percent increase. I can't remember the exact amount right now, but the ACC is actually reaching out to the teacher, the ELA teacher there, because it was atypical growth that they saw, that they were really outperforming other early college and other the programs that they are doing at ACC. So they're wanting to figure out what she's doing so that they can do it across the whole system. So.
Okay, good, thank you. And then when it comes to the teacher surveys, I do see there are questions that have to do with their coworkers and their just their fellow, everybody that they work with. Are there any questions that are specifically targeted towards the principals and APs, like the teachers surveying them?
I'll jump in and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. So in the full survey that we actually just pushed out, our employee engagement survey, there are specific questions around their supervisor. And okay. And that is for every person in our system. The pulse surveys that we're doing now are not specific around principal.
Okay, and then there was discussion about feeder pattern, studying feeder patterns. So I was thinking about rezoning. So like having those true feeder patterns exist, because when we rezone, we sometimes lose that. And we watch for that, actually making sure that it's not pretty wild. So in some cases, there might be a situation where it's just what's going to happen. But are there thoughts about or considerations of the impact of the deviation from the true feeder patterns that you're working with right now?
Thanks. No, that doesn't mean I'm going to say anything. I was waiting for you. Your wait time is too long is the problem. Sarah, please.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the question so that I can answer it. Is that trying to look at, as we are with the zoning, what's the impact, the attendance zoning, what's the impact on those pure feeder patterns? Is that correct?
Well, but in terms of when you're having discussions with the feeder patterns, if the feeder patterns are broken, yeah, we definitely want to make sure that those feeder patterns, to the largest extent possible, can be, say, honored. But have you thought about a situation, or have you seen situations when you're discussing or having your feeder pattern discussions, whether there are some issues that happen when students are from other feeder patterns, for example?
So let me say this. So I don't think the zoning changes the feeder patterns because those are schools that are feeding into each other, right? Whereas we're moving maybe planning units from one feeder pattern to another. So it's affecting those children's path through their original feeder pattern. Maybe that's your question.
Well, I've seen some that it's changing. So, well, I guess I'll bring up the specifics with you offline.
Yeah,
well,
okay.
and we can always add an agenda item later if we want to expand more. So just make sure we stay.
Yeah, I'm happy to visit with you.
Okay, and then just the last one, last comment was I know that we usually have the legend with the color coding and the meaning of the letters. I have that somewhere else that we can refer to, but yeah. So I was just wondering, just for the benefit of others who read this and not just us, whether that legend can be included up front in a slide.
Absolutely. We will add that next time.
All right, thank
you.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right, excellent. No, it's a great point. All right, board members, we're going to go ahead and close out this agenda item. Thank you all so much for your information. Board members, if you continue to have other questions, please feel free to reach out to Dr. Sarah's individually. And we'll go ahead and call up our next agenda item. Board members, we'll take a break after this one, but since we have a guest, I want to go ahead and call up our legislative update, Colby Nichols. While he's coming up, I'll give you a brief update from the chair. I just want to talk about a couple of things. One, your legislative committee is meeting. We have meetings set up so much more frequently this time around for legislative session, of course. And so we're doing things in these committee meetings where, just to give the board and the community an idea of, we're bringing in certain department heads. We're bringing in finance and special education and talking about bills and legislation that could impact our students on our campus to get more understanding of kind of the needs that we need to bring up to our up in these meetings to our board members. The other thing is that we're talking about the various meetings and rally days. I would like to thank so much Francesca and Sade. This was like your first foray into the Capitol, and y'all held on like troopers. Y'all were great. Stayed with it, kept talking to lawmakers, really out there advocating for the kiddos and talking about the students in our district. And y'all did a phenomenal job. We have some other events, Board of Trustees, that I just want to make sure is on your calendar. You will see them in a Friday memo as well, but I want to make sure they're just on your radar. On February 28th is that PTA rally day, I believe from 12:30 to 2, and Colby can give us some more details on that. The district, I'm so thankful that y'all were able to call lawmakers to let lawmakers know about this event. Thank you for getting space secured for our students to be able to hear from lawmakers. That means so much, that they just get to hear that process and how things impact them. On March 8th, Central Texas School Board Association will be having an event to meet not only with your lawmakers, but then also afterwards social networking with trustees in the Central Texas area. And so if you're able to go with that, you'll go to that. Please let Cindy know. And then on April 5th, that's going to be like a meeting for like all of trustees and area associations, actually across all Texas. We're just opening it up. If y'all want to come, April 5th is when we're going to come and be up at the Capitol right now. That's the day we're targeting. If anything changes, I'll let you know. It's like a legislative session. You kind of set stuff, and then it's tentative and flexible. And then also, you know, there's a discussion of what about a Leander ISD day? Do we need something? We'll talk about that as we keep going, and what would be best for our students. I mean, again, it's actually, it can be fun to go talk to our lawmakers, but we also want to make sure that we're using the time wisely to make sure we keep the focus on the kids. So with that, did I set that up well?
Yeah, that was
Okay,
great.
go.
Fantastic. Well, thank y'all for having me, and yeah, it feels like a ton has happened since we last visited. My mind and my body is telling me that a ton has happened since we last visited. But actually, we still haven't passed any bills, which is normal at this point. We do have committees named, and just a reminder, March 10th is that filing deadline. So we'll see, hopefully, a halt of all the bills that are being filed currently. I think I'm tracking over 1,000 bills at this point. So, you know, we'll hopefully slow down a little bit on that end, but then obviously the work starts. We start going to the floor. We start, you know, all the committees are starting pretty much next week. And so I wanted to kind of give you, first off, a rundown of the committees. I know you've probably seen this, but just to go through it really quickly. We have a new public education chair in the House, and that is Brad Buckley, who's out of the Killeen-Salado area. Ironically enough, I think most of you know this, that I worked for a member who was also a House Public Education Chairman that was out of the Killeen area, so it's kind of a strange deal. Alma Allen, who has been on the Education Committee for many, many years. Steve Allison, former board president at Alamo Heights. Charles Cunningham, who was on the board at Humble and replaced Stan Huberty, that seat. Harold Dutton, who obviously was chairman last session, and again has also been on the committee for a very long time, a lot of institutional knowledge. Cody Harris, who's out of the East Texas Palestine area. Brian Harrison, who's also kind of East Texas and Waxahachie area. Cole Hefner, Mount Pleasant, East Texas. I'm starting to notice a theme here. I hadn't noticed that before. Gina Hinojosa, there we go, breaking it up. Austin, Ken King, who's from the Panhandle and Canadian, Oscar Longoria, South Texas, La Jolla, I believe, Matt Schaefer out of Tyler, and then James Tallarico, who's here in Austin area as well. So very, very different committee. I think you'll notice I've told a lot of people that I think perhaps what's even more important than who's on this committee is who's not on it this session based on previous sessions, right? I think we talked a little bit last session about Keith Bell, who has a sort of a similar issue with Forney in a fast-growing district, and obviously Representative Bell's not on the committee this go-around. He authored the virtual school bill, so we'll see what happens there. Gary Van Dever, who helped pass our student data privacy initiative, is no longer on the committee, but he is now chairman of Article 3 Appropriations Subcommittee, which is the committee that oversees all of higher ed and public ed appropriations in the House. But again, former superintendent, a lot of knowledge on the education front. Certainly will be a loss of not having him on the policy committee. On the Senate committee, I'm just going to go through these really quickly. Brandon Creighton was named chair. He is a new chair, but he's not a new chair, right? He was named chair during the interim when Larry Taylor announced that he was retiring, but he's going to maintain that chair. Then you have Donna Campbell, who's been on the committee before, Paul Betancourt, Brian Birdwell, Pete Flores, Phil King, Morgan LaMantia, Jose Menendez, Mays Middleton, Tan Parker, Angela Paxton, Drew Springer, and Royce West. And just a reminder, and this is the first time we've done this since, Trish may have to help me here, 03 or so, I think, when was the last time that we had a combined education committee, which means higher ed and public ed together. So some of these members will also be on a subcommittee for higher ed. There will not be a subcommittee for public ed. It will just be the entire membership. So those are the two big committees for our purposes, obviously. And again, first hearing is next week for House Pub Ed next Tuesday. So it's just an organizational meeting, and they'll hear from TEA and I believe the School Safety Center. So let's go through just a few bills. I'm not going to overwhelm you here, but one of the bills in particular that's important for your agenda is House Bill 2125, and that's by Representative Busey. This is the special education advocates bill that we had last go around. I'm happy to say, and I know the Ledge Committee heard this morning, T-Case has gotten especially involved with this bill, trying to make it better, and we've got some changes coming down the pipe that I think will, in fact, make it better and probably increase the chances of it passing. So that's exciting. I will get you those changes as soon as we get everything finalized, but I have sent over the proposed changes to your administration, and I think to the legislative committee members, and thank you to Sean for sending some feedback on that. So I think, again, this is a bill that directly impacts children and impacts students in the special education setting. Make sure that they're getting valuable, ethical representation when it comes to these due process hearings. In addition, on the hearing officer side, make sure that the hearing officers actually have a base of knowledge when they walk in to make a ruling on something this important. I think there's going to be a lot of folks that last time maybe didn't understand what we were doing that have come around on this bill. There was a list of bills that were named by the speaker today as priorities. His priorities, one of those bills probably caught your eye, and it was House Bill 18 by Shelby Slauson, and this has to do with data, particularly data, and it's got a fancy name. I forgot to write it down, but what is it? Scope. That's right, scope. The bill is fairly interesting. It's not really trying to get at what we did last session. I will say that, but the way that it is drafted, I think there are some implications for schools because any software essentially that's geared towards an activity or instruction, I think is the exact wording, for minors is included in the bill. I think this is probably more geared, obviously if it's just dropped today. So, but I think this is probably more geared towards social media and some of those sorts of things that are not school related. But nonetheless, I think it's got a pretty wide impact. And so it's obviously something we'll be watching. We want to make sure that what we did last time stays intact, because that was the best solution. And based on all the support we got, the best solution for both schools and technology. So we'll keep monitoring that.
Colby, before you leave that, can you
Sure.
expand just a bit? Because when you say like the best solution, we'll have community members who are watching this who might not remember 2 years
Sure.
ago legislative session. So we talked about, we did not want our kiddos to be data mined. We didn't want it to be like you were trying to collect all of our kids' data to use it against them, to sell to them, market them, to use it against them later, all of that. And so you've worked through that legislative process. That was something that Leander ISD really felt passionate about. You worked through that with our IT as well, to kind of craft a solution that really addresses some of these needs. And it wasn't just, it wasn't boilerplate language. Like, y'all really had some conversations. You brought a lot of stakeholders, people to the table to have these discussions to really address the concerns. And the legislation passed, but what I understand is there wasn't really any regulations, or the next step didn't happen.
That's
so
correct.
What happens, like, can you tell me like the delta, like, is this bill gonna try to pick up from that? Does it undo, or what are, when we're talking about protecting our students' ID, how are we doing, and do we need to get more active on this, or what do you see?
Yeah, so I think there's the possibility, and again, without knowing how it would be implemented, but just based on language, there's the possibility that it could preempt some of what we did last session. So we want to make sure, because one of the things that we ran into last session was this idea of a state mandated way of handling technology, and having a data agreement that was state mandated. Obviously that wasn't popular, right? And so we were able to work through that, and again, one of the first times I've ever had to deal with Google and Amazon and Microsoft on a bill, because I primarily work in education. So we were able to work through that with all the stakeholders. This obviously doesn't have that same sort of, we haven't been working on this bill, right? This is dropped on us today. So I do have concerns that it could preempt some of what we've done. One of the things we did in that bill last session is we built in an enactment clause that didn't actually go into effect until this coming year. So September 1, 2023 was the enacting clause. Or the enacting date, I should say. So what was supposed to happen in between then and now was roundtable discussions, stakeholder meetings with those various vendors, school districts, and the agency to sort of flesh out some of those details. That hasn't happened for whatever reason. And so I do have concerns that this bill, along with a couple of others that have been filed on this subject, could potentially preempt what we did last time. And we want to make sure that these decisions, we want to make sure that we remain vigilant in protecting student data, but we also need to make sure that we are not inhibiting the jobs of our teachers and our administrators in being able to provide the best products that are available to our students. Does that make sense?
So I guess my only question is, when we say preempt our bill, it's not like, if the better bill comes along to help our students, then okay.
Right.
But I don't think that's what you're saying, is that this is based on what you're looking at right now. I mean, of course, bills, when they're filed, have to go through several iterations. But will you just keep us updated? Because we want to...
Yeah. So I'll give you a great example. What we don't want to have happen is what could have happened in our bill in the first iteration, which is College Board came to us and said, hey, this would impact our ability to be able to send the data to higher education institutions. That's the sort of thing you don't want to have happen. Or you can no longer use Google Classroom, or whatever it is that you have. I mean, those were the kind of questions we were getting last time, and we had to make changes. The way some of these bills are reading, they don't have those changes yet. They're not contemplating that.
We couldn't send information to like colleges for our kiddos when they're in their senior year, and they're like, I need you to have my transcript and all these details. that would prohibit us then
Yeah,
from doing
the
that.
SAT, all that kind of stuff.
That would be a problem.
Yeah, yeah. One of the other bills that is on your priorities, and I think we talked about this actually in the fall, was this idea of teacher residencies. And there's a model up in Tennessee that they're trying. That bill has been filed, House Bill 2358. I did run it by Bruce and some of your other administrators, and I think Ledge Committee, you're on that email as well. And we've gotten good feedback. I think there's still some concerns, some things we need to work through, but it at least is sort of a start, and that's the best we can hope for at this point. Today, and I'm going to be completely blunt and honest with you because it was just filed today, I have not had a chance to dig into it, but there is a House Bill 4545 cleanup bill that was filed today. House Bill 2721 by Harold Dutton, who also authored 4545. I did briefly go through it. A lot of it is stuff that, honestly, you're probably not too concerned about what you're concerned about, but it's not. It has more to do with cleaning up some stuff in the code that enables, criminal history background checks to be performed on tutoring companies and that sort of thing. The more substantive part with regards to the changes that you probably hear from your staff so much and even from your parents, I'm not sure that it goes far enough, to be honest with you. The ratio's still there. It goes from 3 to 4. I don't know that that's enough. They do lower the number of tests, so it would be mathematics, reading, English 1, English 2, and algebra, so algebra 1. So that would mean no science, no social studies, right? That would be clear that those wouldn't be included, so that is helpful. But I still have a lot of questions. It does lower the amount of time to each student for no less than 15 hours. But then it says for an average of no less than 30 hours per student for all students receiving supplemental instruction. So I don't know that that makes anything better. I think there's still some real questions there. And again, we're almost prescribing, something that may not work for every child, right? But this is a starting point. So we'll go from there and hopefully have our opportunity to weigh in. And Bruce, I'll send this to your team later. So that's as far as bills that have been laid out. There's obviously a lot more, but those are probably the most important for your agenda. Still to come, I will tell you there's rumblings about a school finance bill. We could see another school finance bill. I think there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen this session, including safety. That would necessitate potentially a larger bill. I think there's some in leadership that probably wouldn't want that to happen, but I think if they do infuse a lot of money, I think you could expect a large bill. The other one that I just want you to be aware of, there's no language, is this idea of a state curriculum. And I know, Bruce, you were in a meeting where we kind of talked about some of this stuff. So again, we don't have any language. We don't know if it's mandated. We don't know if it's optional. We don't know if there's money attached and how much, but there is rumblings about a potential state curriculum bill.
Colby, just for our community that's listening, I'm not going to be able to let that just conversation drop there. I'm going to have to dig a little more.
Okay.
So when you say a state curriculum bill, do you mean like, is it the instructional resources? Is it like lesson plans? Is it, does it take away some of the things that our teachers like about their classroom experience? Or do you know any of these details when you say curriculum bill?
Yeah, I have no definitive details. I have not seen language. I think probably what you will see is a whole sort of rewrite and optional curriculum, scope and sequence, sort of product come down from the state level. I do think it will probably start out as optional. That's my guess. But I don't, outside of that, that's all I know. So I want to talk really quickly. The committee and I talked this morning about this, a little bit about messaging and just generally, as we're visiting with our reps and senators, and I'll have to say that your delegation has been a pleasure to work with already, and obviously it's changed a little bit since last session. But I think the most important thing for me and for your kiddos probably is to continue to tell those stories of your district, continue to, give real life examples, and especially, we talked about the special education, Bill, real life examples of where, the knowledge gap for an advocate or a knowledge gap for a due process hearing officer really made a difference, right? That we could have settled this a lot easier. It would have been better for the kiddo if we would have had something like this in place, right? Those sorts of things I think are invaluable. And honestly, I can't bring those up. That's not my thing, right? You guys get to see this every day. You get to live this. That's not me. So I'm going to depend on you to help me with that. I would also say that there's going to be, opportunities for us to kind of get sidetracked throughout the session, and this isn't a Leander ISD problem, a school board problem. It's not any of those sorts of things. It's an everybody problem, right? But you guys worked really, really hard on those priorities, and so what I would say is, like, whenever you get into a pinch, or I don't know what exactly I need to say to Senator whoever or Representative whoever, always redirect to those priorities, because we have the research, and your administration, obviously has the background to help support you there. And sort of the last thing, I think a lot of people think my job is to be, and I would say they're wholly incorrect on this, but my job is sort of to be a voice for LISD. It is, but not the voice, right? And so I think some people, and this is just my clients in general, I say this all the time, that your relationships could be the ultimate factor in swaying a decision when we get into the crunch time of session. It's those, I'm not going to call them backroom, that's a derogatory term, but it's those comments and those discussions that you have on your own time with your own constituencies, with your own relationships with reps and senators, that ultimately can turn the table on a lot of these issues that you've identified. So to me, from this point forward, I think, as we get deeper into session, obviously always include me if you want me to be included. You don't have to include me, but if you want me to be included, if you want to make sure that we're being strategic, or if there's anything I can help with, that's why I'm here. So I appreciate everything that the committee's doing. You guys have done a great job so far, but I know that May 29th can't come soon enough, and it's going to be crazy until then. So any questions?
Board members?
I do. I know Schwartner filed SB 995. I wondered if you had any information on that. It's the trustees. The way that it seems to me, like it reads like they want to create districts so that we wouldn't be at large. Do you know if that's got any legs?
I need to go back and look at that. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Okay. Yeah, I'll go back and look at it and get you something on that. Okay.
I just want to say thank you and Andrea at TK's for working on the House Bill 2125. I think we know how last session a lot of misinformation was out. I know certain disability groups I've heard from today after our call are actually pretty happy about it. And so, I mean, that's, what more can you ask for, right? They realize it's benefiting our children, and just thank y'all for keeping those that dialogue open with those organizations.
Yeah, and I should have expanded on this a little bit, and we've talked about it, but Anna, you and I have talked about this. But, for the good advocates, for the ones that do a really good job of, I'm a lawyer, right? Bad lawyers give me a bad name, right? And we just want someone that is prepared and has the knowledge base to represent our kiddos when there is a dispute or a disagreement, because that's important. We don't want someone to lose literal years of their life in the education system because they didn't have an appropriate representative. And I think that's what the advocates that maybe last time didn't didn't catch on to necessarily. I think the ones I've talked to have said, this helps us. This weeds out some of the people that may or may not have caused some issues in the past.
And Colby, you can add anything that I'm missing in this, but I want to also point out our first targeted priority, which is increased funding for hiring our staff. And then when you look down, our collaborative opportunities is workforce retention and recruiting. As trustees, we're working with other trustees in the Central Texas area and in Texas, shoring up that messaging on funding that we need for our staffs, not only to hire them, but to keep them here. And definitely funding for our teachers, of course, and our counselors and our bus drivers and our IAs and our, there's a need to keep our quality staff here. And I've just been impressed with kind of the messaging of all trustees. It is interesting sometimes during that season when you're hiring, you're in competition. You all want the very best staff you can get for your kids. But at a legislative level, I'm definitely seeing cohesion so far of our trustees saying this isn't that competition time. This is a time when we all need funding for our staff. And then we'll sort out the rest and go back in competition when it's all done. But I really appreciate kind of that cohesion I'm seeing as far as messaging with trustees. I hope that can continue. And that's really important. I'm seeing discussions about that basic allotment increase, which will address staff funding. I don't know if there's other areas, but I'm hearing them also address things such as 45-45. There is a desire to address pressures for our teachers. And we also saw the teacher vacancy task force report come out, the executive summary anyway. So I'm thinking we'll continue to see that. And that is one of our priorities, not only targeted, but also collaborative. Is there anything I'm missing in there?
No, I think that's exactly right. And the conversations I've had with elected officials has been, that's like one of the number one things that they when we talk about education is, teachers, and how do we get more good teachers in the field? How do we keep the teachers that we have? How do we get some of the retired teachers that are willing to come back to work? How do we make it easier for them to come back to work? All those different things. And the basic allotment increase comes up a lot. If we're going to pump more money into the system, that's automatic. 30% of that increase is supposed to go towards, teacher pay. So I think, that, to me, on both Senate and House, that makes a lot of sense. And the governor's talked about it too. So, yeah.
Would there be a way, and this might also be a committee question, but would there be a way for us to better inform both, our community and all of us with LISD about opportunities to advocate? Because I feel like there are things that maybe we're missing or we're not finding out about them until right before, and maybe just a better way to let people know, this is where you can go, this is, times, what you can do, what you can expect when you get there. Just a better way to help our community know this is everything that's available to you for you to go advocate on your own or with a group or whatever they'd like to do. Just more information out so people know what ways they can do this.
Sure. And committee can answer some of this, but I think we could probably put together some materials to help guide that process. Now that we're starting committee hearings, we'll have more set schedules where they'll, actually have time to go in and do, cards or testify or whatever it is they wish to do. And we can kind of put together some materials to help guide through that process. Anything?
Well, I just want to make sure it's not necessarily about identifying all the various associations, because I think that could actually be a tricky wicket as you're trying to pick all the various associations, but more of all the opportunities that maybe the committee's identifying and having possibly the community could reach out or to know that bills are coming up. I just want to make sure I understand what you're...
More for them to reach out, because not everybody is familiar with this process. Not everybody knows. I didn't. Not everybody knows, when you can go to the Capitol or when would be an appropriate time for you to go advocate or how to do that. Just a real short, the PTA rally day. This is going on this day. This is where you go. Just very short summaries of things that we as a district are talking about or doing.
Right. And I think there's something we can do. Let's talk about it with the committee. I think the PTA rally day is a tricky one because it's the PTA's messaging. It's the PTA's.
I was just using that as an example. Like it's.
I don't want to
an event that's
encroach on their
going
stuff.
that-
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Well, we can definitely talk and get together and see what we can pull together.
Francesca, I have a question. Are you more directing it toward like how do we get the community involved, or more for like board members like showing up and building those relationships?
Both.
Because I know as a committee we've discussed this, and I think that's kind of where we wanted to see the board's appetite, because you saw what yesterday was like, or Tuesday. But it's good. I mean, it's going to start getting crazier. We know that. But I think what we've talked about as a committee is how do we engage our board members where we're not taking up too much representatives' time. And so I'm kind of curious how our board members feel. Again, you know, we're up there. We have to let our legislative committee know, right? And we have our targeted priorities, which are online, by the way, for the community if they'd like to know. So I guess, like, what are you envisioning? How can the committee like prepare you and Christine and even Sade and Paul? What do y'all, I guess, are wanting or envisioning what this session looks like, I guess, as far as a board member?
I mean, for me, I think like what Colby said, you know, just, Gloria just handed us this thing that Frisco put together. I don't know that it needs to be that robust. I mean, even if it was just a one-pager that sort of gave us the talking points so that we could review, kind of know what we're talking about, and then obviously, you know, who our rep is, how do we go down, are there times, you know, do we reach out to that office, do we try to have, you know, whatever. I think just having a one-pager of our priorities, so it's easy to understand, easy to follow. It doesn't have to be super special or, you know, fancy or anything, but I think that's a great way to just be able to have the information kind of in our back pocket almost.
I see it almost like a toolkit is what we're talking about, and I think we'll look at that example as well. We do have the one-page legislative priorities on our site. The other thing that board members handed out was, and we got other districts that were saying, hey, can we see this? It has our 5-year strategic plan on the front and kind of gave little bitty snapshots of where we're seeing that. And then in the back, kind of like just at the numbers. And so I talked to Dr. Gehring, they're going to make sure this gets up on the site as well so that our community has access to it. But we can totally set up a toolkit, and then we'll kind of see what the appetite is for the community. We can scale or scope this depending upon kind of how these resources are taken up and the questions we're getting as a community, the questions we're getting from the community as the committee. And then I'll point out that when you go to the legislative priority page, when you look at the bottom, there's a list of all of our senators and representatives. I'm thinking that might be a great place for our toolkit. But when you see that, there are nine senators and representatives combined. And so our legislative committee has each taken 3 members or senators that are on our list, and so that we follow up with communications. We'll make sure if there's a question they have, that's our job to follow up with them. Hopefully our committee members, if they didn't get it done yet, they're going to send all the thank you letters for meeting with us while we were up there at the Capitol. Be sure, members, to copy Colby on that. But for our trustees as well, want to focus it down just a little bit. If you're interested or wanted to go meet and you're like, you know what, I want to take a committee member with me because y'all have already had initial discussions and I want to help keep expanding on that, just reach out, and one of us will definitely find a way or find a time that we can go with you. Am I missing anything? I remember we talked over all that.
I think that's perfect. I would say right now, especially if you want to meet with the member, obviously set up an appointment. It's really difficult right now. And I also would say go before you have a reason to go. Does that make sense? So you don't want to wait until the first hearing and, well, I saw this was on the agenda, so that's the first time you're meeting that person, right? So I would say in the next week or two, you know, if you can get up there, that would be great. And we'll put together something to kind of help with, you know, here's how you can follow and track bills. Here's how, you know, you can follow the agendas that are being posted. Public Ed and Senate Ed are meeting the same days that they've met for, I don't know how long, Trish, but I mean, we're you know, Tuesday, Thursdays. Appropriations varies a little bit, but every Tuesday, especially right now, you can count on an education agenda coming out, and then later in session, it'll be Tuesday and Thursday.
And then, board members, do y'all want a day where we all go up there? Is that something that you're interested? I mean, I've already listed all these other days. Do you want another day? Okay. I'm not seeing any massive head nods. So I think we've got a lot of opportunity. I just want to make sure I'm kind of measuring what it is they're asking for. Anything else?
Can administration give us some hard copies of what we sent? Because that was amazing, being able to have our story right in our hand.
The one item that I thought might be helpful to put on there was the CTE numbers, because that was also interesting to at least one of the reps.
All right. Colby, thank you so much
Thank
for your
y'all.
information and your great work. We'll have you back another day, another time. But thank
Sounds
you so
good.
much for that information. All right, that's going to conclude this agenda item. It is 9:04. We're going to take a 10-minute break and be back at 9:14, 9:15. All right, board members, it is 9:16, and we're back in open session. I want to go back to an agenda item. We closed it out, and I need to open it back up just for a brief moment on our legislative update to let you know I misspoke. I apologize profusely. I've got about 20 different dates I'm staring at here, and I did not say the right date on an event, and I want to make sure I get it right and clarified for our community and for our Board of Trustees. The PTA Rally Day is February 27th. The full time of the event, 8:30 to 5. You can look online for the overall, like the Texas PTA Rally page to see all that, but I want to make sure that board members have it on your schedule. I believe 12:30 to 2 is the speaker presentation that the district has contacted lawmakers and staffers and experts to present to our kids just about like what does legislation, what does lawmaking look like. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and close out that item and go back now. We'll close that and go to our discussion of our 2023-2024 regular Board of Trustee meeting dates.
You good there? Okay. All right, now that we have an approved academic calendar for 23-24, we want to look at our board meeting dates. And so you should have a handout at your place that has both a calendar version and then a list version as well. So I just want to go through these month by month quickly if I can, and just make sure we try to keep to board operating procedures outline of second and fourth Thursday of every month, and so that works out in August fine, and avoids the first day of school, which is the 16th. It works out in September. I'll note that in September we also have TASB convention, September 29th through October 1st, so that's right after the 28th board meeting, which is unfortunate, but it's a little difficult to avoid everything. In October is fine. Once we get into November, then it starts to get tricky. So because of Thanksgiving and the election, we have the second Thursday and then the fifth Thursday, so the 9th and the 30th of November. In December, we'll have just one meeting on the 14th, but I'll note that we also usually do board retreat in December, and we've kind of looked at either the 1st and 2nd or the 8th and 9th as a Friday, Saturday. So start looking at your calendars if you would and just see which of those two weekends work better. As we jump into January, it gets a little complicated because of the way that the holidays fall in this calendar year. And so we have a meeting on the 18th because we don't want to do the 11th right after we come back. And then we were going to make the February 1st meeting kind of the second meeting in January, even though it's in February, if that makes sense. But then we run into a problem with the way that spring break falls. And so we'll do the 1st and 3rd Thursday in February, the 1st and the 15th, and then do the 7th of March so that we can have two meetings in March and do the 28th. You'll note that the 29th is a holiday in March, and so that 28th is right before the holiday, so I'm just pointing that out. And then in April, the 11th and the 25th, and May is fine. Again, in May, yeah, so the 23rd is right before the graduation ceremonies. And then in June, the 13th and the 27th, we have to keep that 27th date because we have to approve budget by June 30th. And so that 27th date is super important. TASB SLI is June 12th through 15th in San Antonio. So that is on a board meeting day. And then, but they have a second one in Fort Worth from the 19th to the 22nd. So that one would be open. So that's just the presentation. On that second page is just a list of those same dates. But happy to listen to conversation and see if there's any changes that we need to make.
Remind me, I know we've had discussions before about our board operating procedures kind of set out in principle, what days we're supposed to have our meeting. Anna, being chair of our board operating committee, you may be able to call more quickly what that is. How, Dr. Gehring, does
we
this
looked
match?
and it says the second and fourth Thursday of the month, if possible.
Yep. So it doesn't look like we make it for every meeting, but it seems like we hit fairly close. So as long as we're honoring the intent, our board members' questions on that. I don't think we do. I was going to say, do we need to put in here some dates for things? Because sometimes it seems like we have those special meetings or workshop meetings, and then we're scrambling, and if it's easier to hold it in a calendar now than to go ahead, but I'm not sure what the board appetite is on that, or if you think that's necessary. So I have mixed feelings at this moment.
Wait, are you wanting to put special meetings on now, the calendar?
Do we want to identify a couple dates to hold in case later we need special meetings?
I think when Cindy sends out the hold for, she usually gives us, or Minji, they'll give us quite a bit of lead time. We know that might be coming, and typically that's like a month out. If like hold for, I think those are fine. I don't know that we can identify that now.
I think it's hard to identify now, and also what we try to do is grab the Thursday nights in between the board meetings as a practice. So really I'd like to hear if that's a good practice, because those are the ones we propose first before we do anything else.
I would definitely rather have it on like the following Thursday than do it a Tuesday and a Thursday at the same week, because that's a lot.
I agree. Yeah.
I agree. My family knows on Thursdays, because they're like, it's either a special called or it's a regular one. And so I just try to stay away from Thursday commitments in general. So that typically works. I did want to ask, I know it's not on here, but our June 2023, when we had talked previously about our meeting, did we ever decide about that? Because there's also TASB on
June 22nd, right? That regular board meeting?
Yeah, it's that 22nd board meeting. And so that, yeah. Okay. I won't be here. Just letting you know, I'm going to be in Dallas for, it's LTASB.
Would you be able to
And I think
attend?
we've talked about board officer, I've talked with Trish, going to that one so we can support Gloria in her graduation. I want Portillo's. I'm just kidding.
Do you know if you can attend that one remotely or not?
No.
Okay.
I thought we had talked about possibly moving the 22nd to the week before. I thought we had that discussion in this boardroom.
I know we had talked about it, but we didn't make like an official decision because I know it's our budget one. And y'all can leave it there if y'all want. I just want to be transparent that I know I won't be at that meeting. And
well, and I'm trying to look right now. I booked summer vacation based on the calendar. And so I did it, I thought that week before. So that's what I'm looking at too as we're having this discussion.
We need it by June, right? Is that when we have the budget done by June? I mean, there's June 29th, but that's, oh yeah, that's right. Ooh.
So my vacation I booked was the 21st. Oh, here you go. 21st is a Friday. Oh, 22nd. I'm looking at the calendar. I need to quit that. So whatever, the 21st of June is the start. No, that's not right. That's not right. I don't know. I got to find it. I've got to find it. I'm doing terrible here trying to find my calendar. Just a second. Let me look. Okay, I will be. Here we go. June 16th to the 21st.
So can
but
we
I think I planned it where I'm here, though. I don't miss the meeting.
Can we do the 15th?
It sounds like we'll have 3 members not here for the 22nd.
You're leaving the 16th, Trish? So on the 15th we could? Is that enough time? What does that do for?
Budget's fine. He just said budget's fine.
Okay.
This far in advance, he can prepare. Everybody good for the 15th? That will mean 2 board meetings in a row, because we have one scheduled for the 8th.
We've been doing that for a month, so.
I'm not worried about you all. I'm just worried about making sure that we get agendas right for. That didn't come out right. Sorry.
But when is the graduation for you, Gloria?
The 22nd. That weekend.
Is it
I
the
don't know what
22nd?
night it is, but that's our final session. And so my session starts Thursday morning on June 22nd.
Okay.
And then it's over on Saturday, the 24th. I don't know the agenda of when they do the graduation thing, though.
I think it would be good if the board is considering doing SLI. I know that San Antonio can be closer, but the neat experience about going to SLI in Dallas area is that you see trustees that maybe are not in the Central Texas area, so you get to ask some other questions and more learning about like what's going on for
I
their
felt
students
like
and
the one in
teachers.
Dallas, you're just able to learn a lot from a lot of different districts, especially a lot of large districts like ours. So there's a lot of learning opportunity and sharing opportunity at the Dallas one. June 22nd through the 24th.
All right, well, let's get information then to the Board of Trustees about that conference. And yeah, the date of the 15th then is when we're going to do budget. Is that what I'm hearing? Seeing nods. Okay, I'm looking. I'm trying to make eye contact. If I'm not, then I'm guessing you're not saying anything, so we're good. Okay, anything else before we leave this item? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we will go ahead and move to our operations. Consider approval of early releases of critical positions. Thank you so much, Pete, for coming up here to present. And since we have, I don't remember if our 2 new trustees had done this before, so maybe just a small update on what does this mean.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Gearing. This is the first time for me as well. We have 2 board members and myself doing the critical positions, early release. So I'll just give you a heads up. So we met as a cabinet, the last month or so. We've had all the different departments submit the position request. HR calculated any position based on enrollment through our formulas. And so we typically come to the board a little bit earlier with some certain positions that we feel are going to be very hard to fill positions. And so we want to kind of get those positions released as soon as possible. We know that they're going to be in our budget anyway, and so we can get the best opportunity to get the best candidates, to put the best teacher or best person in a position in front of our students or in our campus or wherever the position may be housed. So that is the reason why we are coming to you tonight, or why we have always come to you in the past in this manner. Tonight we come to you with, we call it, or let's rephrase that. I call it Tier 1. There's probably going to be 2 or 3 different phases of positions as more information becomes available on the funding and the legislature and what they're looking at doing. But right now, tonight, we are bringing just the main core positions. Basically, it's the formulary positions as well as special ed positions. So we're looking at adding 6 pre-K teachers, and that's just because of the staffing, the more students that are there. 1 assistant principal to elementary level and 1 counselor at the high school level. And then we have 13 special ed, different types of special education positions. These are the ones that are deemed hard to fill, very competitive. The next board meeting, we'll be bringing to you the special ed stipends for the upcoming year, to changes to that, and that will be right in line with getting these positions posted and being able to give potential candidates an idea what those stipend amounts will be, and then the staffing will just hopefully have released here before May, before everybody breaks for the summer. And it's a legislative session, so it might be a little interesting, but it'll work out fine. And we also do have 6 teachers for our early college high school, and that is basically just, they are in year 2. It'll be the 10th grade year, and so those are all formulary positions as well.
Board members, any questions?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of 27 positions for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from second. What? A motion from Anna, a second from Christine. Lack of wording to be able to use. Are there any questions before we call a vote? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll go ahead and go on to the next item, 8C2, our business and finance monthly reports, our budget projections, our monthly bond status report, our monthly financial report, and our monthly investment report, and monthly tax collection.
Just briefly, I'll just kind of just hit on the first report, the budget projections. Based on the latest information we have, we are basically what I would consider looking at being at a break even. I believe revenues exceed expenditures. Estimated revenues exceed estimated expenditures, about $669,000. Closing out the year on a $450 million budget, we're breaking even. That's, we're good. But again, it's an estimate based on the most actual data, and we update it every month. And again, we provide this report January through June.
I just have a comment, just so those at home watching, if they'd like to see, we have attached the bond project status report, so you can get an idea of where we're at on our previous bonds and the projects and the remaining budget and balance, because it's all out there if anyone has any questions.
Peter, I was going to ask you, when you're looking at the monthly bond status report, and I know that if there's funds that you are talking about releasing, it goes before our actual bond oversight committee. But for the items that are in front of us when we're looking at these numbers, is there any standouts or concerns? Are our projection of estimated cost so far remarkably different from the actual cost, or are we on track so far with all the items? Preferably, are we on time and under budget?
Well, to be honest, Jimmy would probably know a whole lot more on the specific details of that, of each project. However, the bond as a whole, no conversations have taken place. No one has made any requests or said that we are in a position where many projects are over budget. I mean, we've had enough under and over that it's kind of averaged out. As far as I know, no one has brought any concerns that we will not build through the projects that we said we do with the bond monies that we have. And if that changes, I'll definitely let you know in a board update or something of that nature. Excellent. But as of right now, I'm not aware of any.
I do. Hold on one second. I just wanted to point out that Jimmy is not here tonight because he's at the Cedar Park City Council meeting. Because of their 50th anniversary, they invited all former Cedar Park council members to the meeting, and Jimmy asked me could he go, and I said, you were a Cedar Park City Council member? He said yes, from 87 to 92, Jimmy was a Cedar Park City Council member, and so that's why he's not here tonight. So I just want to make sure you didn't think he was just being truant.
That is excellent information. Thank you for sharing that. 85 to 87.
87 to 92.
87, no, 87, 92. Wow. Okay.
And we also have the monthly reports. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those, as well as the monthly investment report.
Anything you want to point out in those that we need to be paying attention to that looks?
Nothing.
Okay.
The negative, the pro, if you will, to being, investing money. The interest rates are really high right now. However, that usually means that mortgage rates are high right now, and some other inflationary costs are high right now. But that's probably the only investment. If you look at from January of 22 to January of 23, our you know, our average return on our investments have gone up from less than like 0.25% to almost 4.5%. So that has helped. That has kind of been one of the hidden, I guess you want to say, additional monies that has helped with some of the lower ADA, some other, you know, lower student attendance that we've experienced this year. So that's kind of helped cover that, which gives us the reason kind of why we're looking at more of a break-even forecast for this school year. But we have had our attendance lower and student count lower, and so that has kind of been something. The interest has helped provide a little bit more cushion than we had. But for the economy as a whole, that's not always the great thing, you know. But so it is what it is. But
All right, that concludes this agenda item. Thank you so much.
thank you.
All right, board members, before I move us to our next agenda item, I'd like to point out our board meeting debrief that happens at the end of the meeting. And if you have anything to add as far as the meeting ran or how to help our board members during the process, it would be things like air conditioning, or did you have the materials you needed, or I don't know, whatever it is. If you have a question, you have something about the meeting, just feel free to put it in board debrief. And our administration will read out. And if it gets too silly, we'll reach out too. All right, we're now at 9:37, and we are going to go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel. Deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit. Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent formative evaluation. And Texas Government Code 551.089, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits, closed meeting. All right, I think, make sure I got all those items. There will be no actions taken in closed session. We will come back out to open session for any actions. Board members, it is 11:25. We are back in open session. Are there any motions from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
Motion from Francesca, second from Anna. Any no questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That concludes all the items on our agenda. Board members, thank you for excellent work again tonight and good discussions. If there's no objection, we will adjourn at 11:26.